back of your neck. Come down to your shoulders and your upper body. Notice how you're breathing. And don't try to control it now. Just let it flow. Come down into your back. Again, notice if you have any pain, any tension, any stress that you're harboring. And just watch it. Again, don't try to control it. Just watch it. Come down towards your buttocks, groin, all sensations valid. Itches are fine, pains are fine, twitches are fine. Now to your thighs, your knees, your calves. And feel your feet. And feel the ground through your shoes or your slippers. Feel like you're firmly planted on the ground. Your weight is not on one particular leg but spread on both feet equally. Feel what it is to be balanced. Okay.
The other one is people in red lanyards have requested not to photograph them, so avoid photographing people in red lanyards. The other piece of information is if you open your schedule for today, there is an OTR session listed at the bottom, which is off the record session learning data science. It's wrongly listed as to be in room 01 due to a misprint. It would be happening in the banquet hall, which is this. So you see an empty session in the banquet hall, the third last empty session. That would be the OTR. And we would start with the presentation. Deva P. Sitaram from DataGlen would be talking about bits and joules, data-driven energy systems.
Hello, check, yeah. I'm sorry, I can't hear. Okay. Morning, folks. Thanks to the yoga instructor. Is it too loud? Can we adjust the volume a bit? Yeah. Thanks to the yoga instructor for giving us a great start. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. So today I'm going to be talking about bits and joules, data-driven energy systems. So like when I was young, right, this is how the family entertainment used to be. Like, you know, there will be a black and white TV. You just go sit in the hall, watch a TV program together. And there used to be a thing called Chitrahar or something, I forget the exact name. There used to be movie songs playing there from 8 to 8:30 p.m. So we will wait for it, thinking about in the school that we are going to watch it, etc. Right? So now when you see the media has completely changed. There are so many options, your cell phones, YouTube, iPad, Facebook, whatnot, right? So what has happened is the media has moved from a centralized paradigm, somebody generating content and sending it to people who passively consume, to more like Facebook. Anybody can become a blogger, vlogger, whatever, right? Does anyone know who this one is? This lady is? Her name is Lily Singh. She is from Canada, and she's a YouTube star. She made like more than $7.5 million in producing content for YouTube, and she has, millions of subscribers on the channel, right? Think about the days where, there used to be a Doordarshan and everything central to now anyone can be a content producer. The same thing is happening in the power grid, from the centralized electricity generation to completely decentralized and more democratized. So I'm going to talk about how IoT and data technologies are enabling such kind of a transition, right? When you look at a conventional power grid, so it's somewhere, far away, the energy gets generated, and then the energy flows through the transmission network, comes to the distribution network, and people passively consume in their homes or in their office buildings. So it's a centralized energy generation, and supply always follows the demand. The conference says it Hasgeek, so you must have all seen, like, if you wrote your first C program, you will have a static array of 1,000 elements. Your program will never take more than 1,000 elements. It's fixed. And if you have more things, you put more items into the array. Whereas now the energy grids has become like Malak, as the consumer determines how much of energy they want and how do they work with the generators to adjust their demand so the peak does not exceed too much, right? And finally, there is no involvement of consumers in the current or the older form of grids. In the newer grids, they are called the prosumers. They can generate energy, put it into the grid. They can reduce their energy consumption, shift their energy consumption, and so on and so forth, right? So why such a paradigm shift is required? It's because of three reasons. First, when you see there is so much of energy shortage, currently more than 1 billion people across the world don't have access to electric grid. Even in India, about 200 million people don't have access to electric grid, right? And second thing is, when you look at the power consumption pattern, this is from New York. So on a daily basis, it can fluctuate anywhere between 5,000 megawatt to 30,000 megawatt. So the consumption is the consumption variations is too much, right? So that is a big problem in the grid because they have to generate and the consumption has to happen instantaneously, right? So you have to have this kind of capacity to handle all the fluctuations. And finally, the environmental concerns. More than 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions from the world come from energy generation and energy consumption activities. So given these three important reasons, people are talking about decentralized grids. This is already happening, So there are four main aspects of the decentralized grid. One is energy efficiency. How do you actually use anything from LED lights, more energy efficient refrigerators and air conditioners? How do you save your energy? In fact, you must have heard that even in the data centers, they have something called PUE, power utilization efficiency. Basically, the amount of energy that goes into computing versus the amount of energy that goes into cooling. They want to reduce the amount of energy that goes into cooling. I've been to a data center in Sweden. Facebook has set up a data center in Sweden, in northern part of Sweden, because it's so close to Arctic and the wind is so cold. So you don't need to have any separate cooling or air conditioner there. So they save energy on that. Google pays like several tens of millions of dollars in just in electricity bills, right? So then the load shifting. I mean, this is something that we do in Bangalore every day, right? We want to get away from the traffic. Zainab yesterday told me, don't come to this area after 8 o'clock. The traffic will be so bad, come during the off-peak hour, cross the KR-Puram bridge before 7:30. That's what is the load shifting, move away from the peak hours. And then more distributed generation. You must have seen, even in Bangalore, there are a lot of places, there are rooftop solar water heaters, etc. And finally, energy injection. You can generate energy and put it into the grid. This is what I was kind of comparing with the Facebook and Twitter. Anybody can become a generator of energy, like how anybody can become a content creator now. So I'm going to talk about two things, right? One is about the distributed generation, and second is about load shifting, right? This topic is so huge and so vast. and it'll take hours and days to complete it. So I'll just give two examples of how data-driven systems are enabling this thing, right? The first one I will talk about is the solar plants. Solar is a very beautiful energy source. First of all, it is clean. It doesn't have any moving parts. Since we are all software people, it's extremely modular and linearly scalable. You can put a 1 watt or even a 0.5 watt solar panel. You must have seen solar powered calculators to even like 50 megawatt, 100 megawatt of solar plants, right? In fact, in Pavagada, which is about 4 hours drive from here, government is setting up like 2 gigawatt of solar plants, right? So extremely scalable. It's quiet. When you look at wind turbines, they make a lot of noise, disturb the birds, etc. Whereas solar is quiet, solar is scalable. And the thing is, what has happened in when you go to places in China, the pollution is so bad, so much of fog, and people celebrate if they see a blue sky there, right? As if it is Diwali or Christmas, they celebrate, oh, today is clean. So the Chinese government put a mandate that, we have to go towards solar. They gave a lot of subsidies to solar manufacturers. And the solar panels have become so cheap and so efficient. Now the Indian panel manufacturers are pushing the government to take protectionist measures. They are asking the government to put extra duty on the Chinese panel manufacturer. They don't want the panels to come in. I think that is pathetic. We have to improve the engineering quality instead of asking the government to put extra duty on the competitors so that you don't have competition, right? But what Chinese have done, it has done great thing to the world. It reduces pollution and gives us more energy. So when you look at managing the solar plants, it's quite complicated because 1 megawatt of plant takes about 5 acres of land, okay? And usually they are in very remote places because that's where the land prices are low. And they usually take the fallow lands and it's extremely hot, right? There are no restrooms, nothing. I've been to these plants to set up our things. You have to schedule your restroom visit. Otherwise, it's like 4 or 5 kilometers away. That's how bad it is, right? So it's very hard to find the site engineers to come and work there and to manage these plants. And there are a lot of things that can go wrong. Birds can come and drop on the panels. Your circuit breakers can burn because of the extreme heat. And so you can imagine whatever the problem that can happen in this area. So what we said is, how do you take data from these kind of environments and how do you help them manage their plants efficiently so you get maximum amount of energy from those plants? So this is I'm one of the co-founders of the company called DataGlen, which is focused on solar plant management or renewable energy management in general. This is the overall architecture, right? We go to a solar plant and we put a data logger, right? This is the point where the IoT technology starts. We collect data from the weather stations. We collect data from the energy meters and inverters. The inverters are the ones that take the solar energy, which is in DC form, converts into AC, and puts it into the grid, actually. When you look at the solar construction, what will happen is the solar panels will be connected in series, like a string. So that is called a string, like a string of pearls is a string of panels. And those strings are connected in parallel to each other like an array. It's called an array of solar panels. And that goes to a SMU and the repeater and then inverter, and it goes into the grid. So we collect data from all these components, the strings, from the inverters and all these things, and send the data to our cloud over HTTP REST protocol or MQTT. And we also collect data from other services like weather forecasting services and do various analytics and provide these kind of interfaces like solar dashboards. We have smartphone apps. We do various analytics for improving the operation and maintenance efficiency. And we give real-time alerts to site engineers so that they can take corrective actions. So this is our solar dashboard. I will not go into details of this, but it gives you a very quick overview. Like there are companies like Greenco, Wari, they have multiple plants. They want to see what is happening at their plants in different parts of India. They can come to this dashboard and see what is happening, how much energy is generating, how many places are down, and so on and so forth. So I just want to talk a little bit about the various analysis that we do. So one is a spatiotemporal analysis. As I said, the solar plants are huge and all the equipment are distributed over vast spaces. So we do spatiotemporal analysis. How is each string generating? How does it compare with the other strings? How does the performance compare with the other panels? Is there any substantial reduction in output? Is there variations in the output, etc.? So one of the analysis we found was one particular string was producing less at 3 o'clock in the evening, and again around 9:30 in the morning, actually, every day consistently for the first 6 months of the year. So what we found out is that there is a handrail, because it's a roof-mounted solar plant. So there is a handrail to go up and clean the panels, etc. That handrail was casting a shadow in the morning on this side of the panels, and then in the evening on the other side of the panels. So that was causing the heat, and the panels were getting damaged. So using the spatiotemporal analysis, we could find out, what is the problem. And we could not exactly say that because of the handrail, but we could identify what the problem was. The site engineer can go and inspect at a particular point. Otherwise, they would have never caught that this is happening until they see the data. So, and also different root causes. As I said, in a solar plant, there are various factors that affect the performance of the plant. It could be the amount of sunlight that is falling there, the amount of humidity, whether modules are getting too hot, or the ambient heat is too much, so on and so forth. So we do like a correlation analysis to find out what are the factors that are on the generation side that what we do. This is the part of the work I did when I was in energy research of IBM. I founded and led the energy research for IBM in India. So when you look at it, there is a lot of fluctuations in the demand, as I already told you, right? So one of the problems that happens is, how do you maintain the equipment to handle the peak loads, right? So when you see this 1980 in New England, the top capacity, like let's say if you have a 6-lane highway in your freeway, the 1 lane gets used for like 1 hour of the year, or 2 hours of the year, but you have to put enough money to construct such huge freeways. So this is getting worse and worse, because the peak to average ratio is increasing like crazy, right? So that is what is happening in the 36 years. It has happened like this. So many of the network operators, especially in India, the utilities are already operating at loss. They are not able to maintain such infrastructure. And also, the electricity gets traded in real time. If you can look up, there is something called India Energy Exchange, where the producers and consumers trade energy. So the market prices also fluctuate like crazy, and the wind speed, right, also fluctuates, and your generation fluctuates. All these factors means you need to have better peak load alleviation mechanisms. So when you look at a conventional power balancing thing, there are like plants that cater to the base load, right? Only like, just like 1-lane highway or something like that. That is always available. They are very expensive to construct and very cheap to operate. So otherwise, the peak loads, they are very cheap to construct and very expensive to operate. So that is what this curve is showing. If I can reduce some of the peak load, right, peak demand to here, I can save this much of money for serving the peak load, right? So what have been the historic approaches? So this is one of the reasons why the daylight saving time came up. During the Indo-China war, they said, they are going to shift the daylight a little bit so you can use more of the sunlight. So 6 a.m. became 5 a.m. so that you burn less of electricity, right? So in Tokyo, they could not serve electricity. They started doing brownouts. Brownouts is instead of 230 volts, you give it the energy at a little less voltage, like 220 volts or something like that. In California, they started doing rolling blackout during the Enron scandal. They had so much of energy shortage. They would say this area, the Hebal area is going to have a blackout for next 2 hours, and so on and so forth. But this is very common to us. At least when I grew up in Tamil Nadu, we used to have 8 hours of blackout and 6 hours of blackout. And, I've donated so much of blood to mosquitoes. People say donate blood. I mean, I've donated blood and saved wildlife so much, right? So how do you do this, right? There is something called the demand response. As I said, this is something we do in Bangalore every day. You try to avoid the peak traffic. Similarly, you try to avoid the peak load, right? So when you look at it, like let's say this is how the demand is. What I do is, if I can shift some load to before and some load to after, so the peak to average ratio can come down. That is what is the essential concept of demand response. So there are a lot of things that can be peak shifted, right? I don't know why the cursor is moving separately here. Anyway, so there is the washer and dryer. You don't have to run it at that time. If you have power storage, what can you do? Your rice cooker, your water heater is important. Every water heater consumes about 2 watt. Thank you. So yeah, the water heater consumes about 2 kilowatt, and everyone starts a water heater at the same time to go to work, etc. So that increases the peak load. When you look at the in Bangalore, it's a bimodal power distribution for power consumption. The morning when people go to work and when they come back in the evening and start using various equipment, so you see 2 huge peaks that is happening, right? So what we said is, in the Western countries, especially Europe and the US, they said, we'll create a demand response program. We will send a message to our consumers saying that, reduce your consumption at this point or increase your consumption at this point. The problem with that approach is, in India especially, there are 800 million people have access to electric grid, and about 150 million people have access to internet, So even like when they have the smartphone, I mean, even I don't try to turn on the cellular data connectivity. We want to save the money as much possible. So we said, like, how can we create a tool that can do this demand response without depending on the internet? So that's what we call Nplug. I'm sure most of you must be familiar with Unix, right? Unix has a nice command that reduces the priority of your job. So that's what is a nice plug is what we created here. So what you do is you take your appliance and plug it into this guy, and take this guy and plug it into the wall socket, right? So this guy will sense the condition of the grid, right? So I'll go into the details later, but it's about $20 in large volumes. And it's very simple to install and operate, like how we install the power strip, even though it was a little bit complicated today. But generally, it's as simple as that, right? So when you look at the voltage levels in your grid, right, you see the fluctuation. So we measured the voltage level in Bangalore for 7 days, and there is a fluctuation. Each color is for a different day, and this is how it fluctuates throughout the day. So voltage actually indicates the load level on the grid. Closest, the grid that is closest to your home, or the transformer that is closest to your home, are the measuring point. And frequency indicates the imbalance between the generation and load, right? So that is what is the 2 conditions. So using the 2 indicators without any signal from the utility, you can decide whether to shift your load or not shift your load. Okay, this is the peak hour, so I will shift my load. This is not an off-peak. This is an off-peak hour I can consume right now, right? So essentially, this is what is the algorithm, right? Fundamentally, if the current voltage is less than the lower voltage level, the threshold, then you don't consume it. And if the current voltage level is greater than the upper threshold, that means the grid is less loaded, and you do it, you consume it. And otherwise, you compute a probability as a proportion of this distribution, VC minus VL and VU minus VL, right? So it works beautifully. And this particular work was given an award, MIT TR35 award, to my colleague who led the work. Her name is Tanuja. So the TR35 award is given to 35 innovators under the age of 35. Like the past winners include like Google founder and Tesla founder, etc. Because it's extremely powerful to help the grid stability. And it, as you can see, it involves IoT and sensing, and it's local analytics. It's edge computing. It's not like you're transferring data to some other place doing the analytics, and you can do this. So at this point, I just want to digress and say what we have been thinking about is, like, how do you do hierarchical analytic systems, right? When you look at the architecture of the brain, there is the lowest part of the brain, which is called the amygdala, which is the reptilian brain. That is mostly the stimulus and response. When you touch something hot, you immediately take your hand away. So that is very quick, but it cannot do any signal processing, any symbol processing, etc. Right? So that is the lowest part of the brain. And the middle part of the brain, that does a little bit of language and everything. And the slowest part of brain is the neocortex, which can do like think with the future planning. You can plan how do you make a strategy, how do you go and hunt an animal, kind of thing. So we propose this kind of thing for the energy systems also, for the low latency and avoiding networking, do computing and analytics at the edge, and do something at the substation level or the transformer level. And the highest level is the cloud level. You get the data from all the places and do computing, which is slow, but you can do more sophisticated analytics. So this is what is basically in simulation we showed how this can be done, how this N-plug can be effective. As you can see, the two peaks here completely gets distributed over multiple areas. There is a concept called rebound effect. Like let's say everybody shifts from the peak hour to the off-peak hour, you create a new peak hour. But that is another detailed topic which I don't want to discuss. But something that we are doing this demand response, you need to look into that, right? So there are to discuss, right? I mean, so there is this paper. If you can look at search for David Smalley, he is a Nobel Prize winner. And he took like 10 important problems that we have, like water, terrorism, poverty, and everything. And he says energy is the most important problem. If we can get access to clean and cheap energy, every other problem can be solved. So to give you an example, right, there's a water scarcity. But if we find very cheap and clean energy for desalinating the seawater, we have so much of seawater. We can solve the water scarcity problem. So he goes through all the other 9 problems and says how it can be solved with this. So Indian government is pushing for 100 gigawatt solar and 75 gigawatt of wind and all that stuff. Basically 200 gigawatt of energy from clean energy sources by 2022. And also government has said by 2030, all the transportation, all the consumer transportation will be electric vehicles. They moved Ashok Jhunjhunwala, professor from IIT Madras, to the central government to lead this effort. So there will be no internal combustion engines, no fossil fuels, no pollution, right? And what is happening is there are like the storage costs, especially you must have heard about the Tesla guy, Elon Musk. He has started something called a Gigafactory in Las Vegas. So the lithium-ion battery prices are coming down like really drastically, right? And for instance, recently the government is working on shifting the Andaman Nicobar Islands. The only source of electricity there is diesel. They're completely converting that into a solar plus storage for the night, whatever energy gets generated in the morning, and use it in the evening, right? And there is the concerns about the climate change and the Paris Accord, and like Trump, canceling the U.S. commitments to the Paris Accord. But the good thing is 40 of the 50 US states have committed to the Paris Accord, and they are saying that they are going to stick to the same levels of clean energy and pollution reduction and environmental protection, etc. So a lot of interesting things are happening, right? And Zainab told me that the key thing is I need to give a few takeaway items. I can talk all the academic and the theory things or whatever, but what is it for a practitioner to look at, right? So I want to recommend a few books, right? I'm a dilettante in machine learning and data science. I'm a more embedded guy. So this book, like from the UK Open University on the time series analysis, I found it very useful, very easy to understand. And this is a very nice book by Cambridge University physicist, Sustainable Energy Without Hot Air. It is completely available for free. And he is also a data scientist. He looks at like brilliant data and comes up with very interesting insights. I would highly recommend looking up his site. There are public data sets for you to look at, RED data set. They've taken data from multiple homes at minute level granularity. And NIWE is the National Institute of Wind Energy. They have published a lot of data. And Indian Meteorological Department publishes a lot of weather data. So you can look at all these things. You can do analytics. You can do what you can do. And finally, if you want to do any kind of do-it-yourself, you can buy energy meters to find out what your consumption is. You can collect data from your home, from your research lab. You can do various kind of analysis. You can build your own equipment. Nowadays, also these micro inverters are coming up. Maybe you can set up solar on your home. You can try it out. And finally, we are hiring data engineers and data scientists. We also take interns. So if anyone interested, please contact me offline. So thank you.
We'll take questions.
Hi. Regarding the problem of solving the peak hours load problem, do you think dynamic pricing of the consumption will solve that problem?
Yes and no. So the dynamic pricing is already there, right? There are two issues actually. One is there are government regulations. They don't want to expose the consumers to the fluctuation in the real-time price markets. And second thing is, by the time you take a decision for the price, the condition could have already changed because, as I said, right, things are changing at the speed of light. So either you have to have a time of use pricing, which is already implemented. Say, for instance, in Tamil Nadu, the peak hours between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m., the electricity price is 1 rupee per kilowatt hour more. That is, what is that? I mean, 20% more for that time. So that they do it, but still you don't get this kind of smooth level of peak reduction. So there are companies, what they do is there is a company called Enernoc, Entelios. What they do is they talk to the industries and they say that, okay, if we send you a signal, you reduce your energy consumption at that time, we will give you financial incentives for that. So that kind of mechanisms are also existing. There are various things, peak load reduction credits, CPP, which is a critical peak pricing, and so on and so forth.
This side. Hi, thanks. So there's two questions. One is that a lot of these problems, of course, have, in terms of load balancing or load generation, have existed for decades. In the past, I'm assuming, largely.
I'm not able to hear you well. Sorry.
Hold it closer. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the use cases you discussed, of course, have existed in the energy networks for decades. In the past, I imagine a lot of it was done with regression modeling. Question is,
what modeling? Sorry.
Regression modeling, I suspect. How has machine learning changed, the ability to predict or deliver some of these use cases in the last 15 years? That's question one. The second is that when you look at the value, you mentioned that you can attend to use cases that are at the edge or at the substations or things that you deliver from central, cloud processing. How much value do each of those stages typically give in terms of energy efficiency or better management of the load? Do you see it's at the edge that ends up giving a lot of the value, or is it stuff that you do at the center that gives maximum value?
Okay. So the first question about how machine learning improved the load balancing, right? Is that your first question actually? So what happened is, first of all, as I was saying, right, they used to predict only how much is going to be the load in the area. Now the generation is also unpredictable because of fluctuation in the solar and wind, everything. Second thing is, let's say if you want to participate in a demand response program. So we even published a paper, user-sensitive scheduling of your appliance scheduling. Let's say if you are in a commercial building and you want to participate in a demand response program, you want to find out when people are going to be using particular areas or when people are going to be in a, say for instance, right, you know that there is going to be a power cut between 11 a.m. and noon every day. And then you are going to be using diesel generator to do the cooling at that time. When you are using diesel generator, it costs about 20 rupees per kilowatt hour. because you get like 3 units of energy per liter of diesel. So each unit becomes about 20 rupees. So what the building manager can say is, I'm going to pre-cool the building a little bit before. I know usually this area is going to be more occupied during the power cut hours. So I'm going to predict the movement and the occupancy, and I'm going to pre-cool the area and reduce my energy cost. So that is one thing, right? And second thing is, like, for a consumer, I want to see when I want to schedule my appliance usage, I don't want to inconvenience myself to participate in the demand response program. Especially when I say myself, it can be a building manager who's doing the participation for all the consumers or occupants in that area. By doing the machine learning, he can learn the preferences and then do the scheduling accordingly. So those are the 2 examples that I could come up with. And your second question was, what was your second? Can you remind me again? Yeah, so it depends on the kind of thing. So there is a concept called virtual power plants, or demand aggregation. Let's say if there are 5 buildings right next to each other, right? So let's say one building wants to consume a little bit more extra energy, or think of it as like 5 data centers in the like in a Silicon Valley area kind of thing. Suddenly one data center has more load. They can say that, I will balance it with the next data center over. So it is a substation level load aggregation, or a virtual power plant kind of thing. So you're doing it at the substation level. So at the end level is what I already explained, how do you do that? And the final thing is the cloud thing. I want to decide how much generation I want to do for the entire area, or how much is the price going to be, or incentive going to be for the entire community kind of thing, that I do it at the cloud level. I don't know the answer to the question, actually. Because the objectives are a little different, right? I mean, it is not like it's not about the energy efficiency, right? I mean, each guy is participating with a different objective. Like the building at the lowest level, I want to operate my local network most safely and optimally, and also economically. That is at that level. Whereas the utility guy tries to minimize the amount of incentives they want to give to the customers. And whereas it is like when the 2 customers are cooperating and reducing the demand together, it becomes statistical division multiplexing kind of thing, right? Totally, we have this much of energy. I will share some of my capacity with you. So I'm not able to measure it in terms of the energy efficiency. Yeah. Cannot rely on the thing. So that's why when you bring a radio clock from the US and put it here, right? I mean, the radio clock counts the 60 hertz in the US or 50 hertz in India. Because our frequency fluctuates so much time, the clock starts drifting, because it's not able to count, like it's every 50th cycle is 1 second over and I can count. It doesn't happen. So it's very hard to do that, actually.
Last question.
Hi, nice talk. So one solution which I could see when I had been to UK recently is, first they pay for the electricity.
I'm not able to hear you, sorry.
So one solution which could be possible is in UK, they pay for the electricity and then they consume. So they can actually monitor how much of the money that they are paid is spending. And depending on that, they can use the electrical appliances in their house. So would that kind of a solution be helpful in estimating the demand and being much more deterministic?
Okay. So I was not able to hear you well, but I kind of understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is, like, by looking at the electricity bill, you infer. Prepaid, okay. So actually there are prepaid electricity meters in some parts, like in places like South Africa, they do have the prepaid electricity meters. I heard even in Maharashtra, some places they give the prepaid electricity meter. So yes, definitely using the economics to control electricity consumption is very good, actually, right? When I was growing up, if I leave the light on, my father would come and give me a slap, right? I mean, yeah, I leave the room, I turn the light off and come. But what happens is that the person who is using it is also paying for the electricity bill. Like, let's say if you are working in a commercial building. I used to work in Manyata Tech Park. People would just come into the conference room and forget to turn the AC off or lights off, etc., because they are not the ones who are paying for the consumption, right? So, and second thing is, you don't even know where the wastage is. Like we did another work in which we found out what are the anomalies of some of the appliances. Like there was a refrigerator that was continuously leaking, consuming energy. It was never going into an idle mode because the gasket that was around the refrigerator door was broken actually. So the hot air was going in and the refrigerator was cooling it kind of thing. So there is so much of energy wastage that happens. So those are the things that cannot be solved just by the economic means.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks Deva for this
Thank you.
presentation. Next on stage, we would like to call Bharat from Sensora TV, who's going to tell you about what's on TV. Also, a request to all members of the audience, please switch off your phones or keep them on silent during the presentation. It's slightly disrespectful to the speaker if your phone rings in between.
Am I audible? Cool. Cool. Happy to be here. I'm Bharat. I run this company called Sensara. We are trying to reimagine how television should work, keeping data science at the center of it. I also have, I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions. They're going to span from ethics to privacy to what is possible, what's not, do people watch TV or not, everything. So we'll be around to take a lot of these questions. The focus of this talk is a lot more on the data science part of it, more so the information retrieval part of it. We are trying to unravel television information retrieval here. How many of you watch television? Okay. So how many of you say like, I don't care about TV, I stopped watching TV some time back? Okay. So and what were the reasons you stopped watching? Anyone? And advertisements, ads is like, in fact, in our company, we watch a lot of TV, right? We do not watch TV at home, but at work, we all watch TV. And guess what we watch? We watch ad breaks, okay? You'll know why. So I'm going to mostly talk about our experiences with building this product called adbreaks.in. I've done a lot of work in information retrieval, dabbled for like 15 years in search, also worked at Google, got a PhD along the way from ISC. But this is like the best piece of work we've done. There's also Abhay here and Elvis who've contributed a lot to this work. So we wanted to kind of document and share our learnings here, whatever we've done. So that's the effort here. You'll hear a lot about adbreaks.in. And in terms of terminology, we use a lot of frequent sequence mining. There were architecture decisions that we had to make while we did all this. An interesting attribute about how do you even measure these systems? How do you know like how good it is, how bad it is, right? While you see this whole thing, you will start thinking, right? You will start thinking about, oh, what if there were TV ad blockers? Okay, so that'll be the first question that'll come out. Privacy is obviously a lot. You'll start thinking about the future of TV, right? And in large, what is this notion of TV information retrieval, right? So I spent a lot of time on search, but the nature of search is so different in television because these are real live streams that are moving. In fact, I could see some parallels with the previous talk because he's also looking at real-time data, right? So TV is a lot more real-time as well. Very quickly, another thing that I'm going to set ground truth is mostly I'm going to talk about linear TV, right? So linear TV is the TV that you always knew. This is the TV that comes through your set-top boxes, the Tata Sky, Airtel, maybe Hathway, right? So linear TV is like a set of rivers that are flowing. There's streaming content. Somebody's chosen what is going to come at different points in time. You can just dump and drink from a stream, right? You cannot stop. You can't stop a river for long. Of course, there are DVR systems, but that's not what you're going to focus on. The opposite of this is nonlinear TV, which is the Netflix model. And the way I look at Netflix is it's basically the natural evolution of DVD players. Instead of having your like the DVD disc or the CD disc at home and running to a library to get them, you're just running to the internet and downloading it and then watching, right? We are not going to focus on nonlinear TV because nonlinear TV is a very simple, easy problem. Linear TV actually presents a lot more harder problems to solve. And this is where the volumes are. Throughout the world, even though there's a lot of PR towards nonlinear TV, Netflix kind of fuels a lot of this, most people are actually glued to linear TV. Okay? What's interesting now is this notion of connected linear TV that has come in. So what is connected linear TV? You're thinking of about probably 60, 70 years of work on television, but they've always designed keeping broadcast in mind. There was no way of getting feedback, right? So like some broadcaster pushed content to satellite or maybe through terrestrial transmission, came down the wire, and then you had conditional access systems that did decryption and all that, but there was no feedback at all, right? But that has just changed because the box on which you are watching television is getting connected, right? The box on which you're watching television is either becoming a smart box, and you increasingly see this happen in India. In fact, both Videocon and Airtel have just launched their hybrid TV boxes. Or you might be controlling television through a smart remote that's on your phone. You might say, okay, let me decide what to watch on TV, but I'll decide what to watch using my phone, right? And the phone is a connected device, right? We have a product here. What we've done is we have a small infrared blaster that you can kind of keep in your home. And once you do that, your mobile phone along with our app can become a smart remote. You can then go around talking to it and say, Star Plus is going to change channels to Star Plus. You can say, take me to a channel that has cricket right now. It'll take you to that. So we have a conversational voice interface that we've put into a phone. We already have a lot of users. It's very vague, but I hope you can see some small bubbles that are there, right? So we have data. These are actual users of our app and product all over India. So we have a lot of data coming in from everywhere, right? And what's interesting here is we know what people are watching. So this question, right, do people watch TV? It's an interesting graph that we've been looking at. In fact, I love this graph, right? Every time somebody says, like, are people watching TV, I want to show this. This is something that's there always, okay? So these are all different days of the week. I just have the last week's data here. Different days of the week. What do you notice here, right? Why do they always look the same? So TV watching is like a habit. People just go back home, they switch on TV and watch for, so this is like peak time, always peaks at 8 p.m. every day, which in the TV world is called the primetime television, right? So 8 p.m. every day, right? They kind of peak. And what's interesting is Of course, this is all data from our product that we get. There's always an afternoon bump. People just finish their lunch or, right, and then they want to relax again. Could be largely housewives because afternoon is the, before lunch they need to kind of cook and all that. And then after lunch, they have some time to spend, right, before the tea break kind of starts. So there's always an afternoon bump. What do you notice here? This is interesting. This is, suddenly you have Sunday, the afternoon bump is actually way higher. Okay? Sunday afternoons, people will tend to see a lot of TV. Right? The other thing to notice here is people put a solid 3 hours of TV every day. These are all there every day of the week, right? And this is a graph that just repeats forever, even with our app. So what we've noticed is people tend to, it's a habit. They just in front of TV and they continue to watch this. Important for you, the data is coming, right? So you know what people are watching TV because they're watching TV through connected interfaces. Now what can you do with all this data? Right? Suddenly you were looking at a system that was completely built keeping broadcast in mind, no feedback. Now data is coming. Are you ready with all the data? Right? Turns out the TV industry is not ready. They have no clue what's happening on TV because all of that is lost. It's a complex ecosystem that has like 6, 7 different players, different broadcaster, different guy produces content, different guy produces metadata. All of this information is lost. And the people who actually care, they do not have access to this data. And if somebody says, yeah, I want it, he needs the full line to change. Okay? So we looked at this problem and said, can we use machine learning to kind of do something about this? So our goal is this. Can we know what exactly is on TV? Okay, so I'm not Star Plus, I'm not HBO. But can I know what's running on HBO right now? Not at the level of, hey, there's this show that's running at this point in time, but can I know what's on screen? Do I know what ad is running, right? All that, that's our goal. We want to prepare television to such an extent that you actually know what data is available. The state of metadata today on TV is this. It's a picture most of you recognize, right? So it's your TV guide, something that you hate. Some of you people may have stopped watching TV because this is a contest that we used to do. We'll say randomly tell a person, okay, go to Star Plus now, okay? Give them a TV and give them a remote and then they need to go down hierarchically from the top and you kind of spend 5 minutes just to go to a channel. So most people, what they do is they've stopped trying to look for something they want, but just do up and down arrow key on the television, and they spend hours together like that, okay? So this is the guide. What does the guide show? It shows what show is running, maybe a little bit of information about this, but nothing more. Can we get a lot more information? Now, the thing is, now we are saying it's a connected television. We want to prepare the world for getting a lot more information. Can we get information about the news topics you just watched? Right? Are you interested in the Bihar episode that's happening? Are you interested in Trump? At what point do you switch channels away? Right? You know what's coming on TV at this point in time. The songs that you actually wait for, you put on maybe a channel like Before You Music, and suddenly a song that you like kind of comes up, you may turn up the volume. For which song do you do that? Right? You have the data. The actors you did not miss. Okay, so television industry itself is trying to be a lot more data driven, and especially you would notice that all TV serials are becoming long serials, right? They run for several months. Now, do you know which actor or actress kind of evokes emotion amongst people so that they tend not to switch away from the channel at that point in time? Then you would probably give them a little bit more airtime the next time, make them a more central character in your script, right? So can you bring that up? The ads you did not switch away from, right? So we are getting to a world where we are trying to get this kind of data insight into what exactly is happening on TV. For the rest of the talk, I'm going to stick to what we did with ads. Of course, we have demos of what we are doing with actors and so on. Happy to kind of show you demos of that through the day. Okay. In some essence, if some of you have bought Amazon Fire TV or been using Prime Videos or something like that, you're trying to build something like X-ray, but for linear TV. So X-ray is this small product where at any point in time you're watching a movie, you can pause it and it comes up with these small things on the screen and says, okay, these are the people on the screen right now. And you can then jump off and try to get more tidbits about these individuals. This was easy because they were looking at canned content. When somebody makes a DVD, they put scene level information and tag it and send it out to you. So it was easy to build this product. But television is live, right? Some news anchor is coming, he's on the field, a lot of different things are happening. Can you build that level of information for linear TV? So I'll quickly give you a demo of our product ad breaks. And I'm going to venture off to give you a live demo. Okay, because the network has been stable today. So this is a product that you can also go check out and look at. What we've done is we've built a comprehensive repository of all TV ads that are running in India. It's a system that learns for itself. Nobody tells us, hey, these are the ads. These are house promotions. House promotion is an ad for a TV show, right? So nobody tells us these things. Nobody tells us these are sponsored. These are songs. So we've just watched TV for a period of time. We continue to watch it all the time. It's a real-time system that keeps learning. And it automatically comes up with, hey, this clip is an ad. This clip is a house promotion. This clip is a title sequence. This clip is a song. It comes up with this automatically, right? So ad breaks is showing you the ads part of this. And some interesting statistics. We've been monitoring Indian television, about 250 channels. We are continuously mining them. And we've discovered just over the last week, there have been 12,000 different ads, right? Different unique ads that have been running on Indian television. How many times did they run? Look at this number, 640,000 times. So 12,000 ads were actually repeated 640,000 times. Okay, this is why some of you stopped watching TV, because it's the immense amount of repetition. The reason why that repetition was there was because they didn't have feedback, right? You build better systems, they will go back and say, hey, this guy has seen this ad 4 times. I'm not going to show it again, right? You can build better personalized systems there, right? Now this system is a live system. This is actually, now if someone can grab a TV somewhere, you can see it's actually changing all the time. Live 4K HD has this ad of hair and care fruit oils. Vivel soap is coming in Sun TV right now. Right, Pix HD has something. Bajaj Pulsar. Let me see if I can click through, and while it loads, you can see it's all dynamic. And this is all built up automatically. It's a system that we've built. And for every ad, we know how many channels it's been played on, how's the breakdown of this, distribution of our languages, different creatives and media for this. Okay. This is a Pulsar ad that we've discovered in the Telugu language. Okay. It might pause, but that's okay. And in different languages. This is a Hindi variant of this. Right, so all of them have been put together here to make up this page. We also know who comes before, who comes after, and so on. Okay, so and this was all being shown in real time, right? So this is the live interface was showing this in real time. Now, what if I take a TV stream, a full long TV stream, and I start putting markers on this and say, okay, this is what happened at this point in time. So I'll give you a visual of that to show you how our X-ray product actually works. So this is Star Plus's timeline. And to make it easier, this is a real-time system, but I'm going to play back something that we stored yesterday. This is yesterday's Star Plus at around close to 3:30 or something.
I want you guys to be in top 12. Ye performance bar.
So standard TV, right? You would have seen stuff like this. But what I want you to notice is, as the timeline kind of proceeds, we are able to tag and detect what actually came in that stream and mark it out. I'm going to read it because it's a little hard to read here.
बार-बार देखना।
Dual selfie camera, Oppo F3, F3
So we've discovered
Plus,
this was
selfie
Oppo
expert.
on screen.
हमें चांदनी की शादी के वेडिंग प्लानर
Right?
आंधी आए या तूफान पूरी रात गाना बजाना
So this clip turns out to be a house promotion. It's an ad for another show called Is Pyar Ko Kya? I don't know. Okay.
जारी रहना चाहिए
सर पूरी रात
बैंड बजेगा तभी तो मजा आएगा
तेरा इमोशनल अत्याचार
So what we got was just this.
सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 8 बजे स्टार प्लस पर.
नानी की स्टोरियां बुलाती हैं,
As the scene changes, we are
Late
able to
night
tell,
वाली
okay,
बातें
this is
बुलाती
Big
हैं।
Bazaar.
रिश्तों की नरमियां बुलाती हैं, सपनों की अतरंगी दुनिया बुलाती हैं, सुकून की चादर बुलाती हैं। घर आइए ना, बिग बाजार आइए ना।
We are testing Ambipure against Tadka.
The house is smelling. It's a strong smell.
Ambipure
It's very fresh, it's very sweet.
In fact, this is an internal interface. What we're also trying to say is, as the stream was flowing, we are actually trying to match so many different variants because Ambipure will have like 12 different variants for different languages, right? So we are trying to find out what is the best match here, and that's what is showing up here. It says that this guy was speaking in English, right? So it looks like the English one has the best match. Even I can't read from here. So it had a 75% match on that. The Hindi version had a 56% match. So we are actually trying to see which one is the best fit for this and then taking a call on
refreshing
the
smell,
best one,
flowers.
right? So let me move a bit forward to the end of this.
Awesome new workout.
But the same old hair removal cream?
Right? So now let me zoom out and you'll see the scale of this, right? This is the whole day. We've kind of mapped all of TV and put tags on this, including who was on screen and so on and so forth. So this is the product that we have. We also have customers for this. But let me go through how exactly this was done. Okay. Let's think about linear TV for a while, right? So what goes into linear TV? What is it made up of? Try to start thinking from a content production angle, right? There's obviously the content segment. The content segment is the content, which is actually why you're switching on TV, and then TV has put all these things together interwoven for you. Then you have the title sequence. I'm going to play these clips so that you kind of ingrains into you on what they are.
प्रॉब्लम है, अंदर सॉल्यूशन है।
तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा तारक भाई बच्चे खेलते हैं क्रिकेट रोज खिड़कियों के
So this is the title sequence. Every day the episode comes. In fact, this is the most running episode forever in Indian TV. I think has all the records. And there is a channel that plays this out of 24 hours. It just plays this for 18 hours, right? Okay. And this title sequence is probably repeated like so many times ever. This is the title sequence. Nobody told us this is a title sequence. We need to unearth that, right? And then this is a break marker. So a lot of people can recognize a break marker if they're in the next room. They're like, okay, break khatam ho gaya, come, let's go back, right? So this is a break marker. They're like sentinels before and after the ad break comes up, right? Nobody told us that this is a break marker. In fact, these are all real clips that I've generated and put over here that our machine is able to generate. This is a house promotion.
बेटा जी वो मशीन सच में हिल रहा है
ये भ्रम है
একটা প্রবলেম আছে कहीं इसमें भूत तो नहीं
Powered by Patanjali Honey, purity की 100% guarantee.
Okay. All four of them were actually about Tarak Mehta, and one of them is trying to advertise tomorrow's show. One of them is a small break marker. One of them is a title sequence, and the other one is
अब
an ad.
मुस्कुराने की एक और वजह, 1/4 मॉइस्चराइजिंग क्रीम युक्त डव
पाएं 3 डव के साथ एक डव बार फ्री। कोमल मुलायम त्वचा के लिए अब और भी ज्यादा डव।
Right? So our job is to reverse engineer these things out of television by just watching TV, right? We're not like humans that are watching, but our machines are watching and they're trying to get them out. In other words, can you just take the full video stream of television and come back with these as markers? Tons of applications for this. If you want to prepare linear TV to convert it into catch-up TV so that you segment out the content parts and the ads parts, and then you can stream this online. And then you can choose to put different types of ads over there, right? So it's important to know what TV is made up of, because the broadcaster doesn't even have the technology to do all these things himself. We'll think a little bit more about what does it mean to build metadata for ad breaks in particular. Okay, so although we are doing a lot more, but for the context of this talk, I want to focus on ad breaks itself. TV is continuous streaming video. Nobody told us what are the ads, right? And every day there are tons of new ads that are coming up. 60 FPS of pictures, which has aligned audio, and it has some EPG metadata. So you know, like this show is supposed to start at this time and end at this time, right? So this is the context. No standards or compliances. There are 800 different channels, new channels coming up all the day. This is just India, and worldwide, if you look at this, across languages, you tend to use different kind of systems, right? So it's not an IT problem because there's too much diversity there. No watermarks, and if you don't know about watermarks, just don't bother, right? So because they don't help. TV looks like the Jekyll expression. Okay? You have a content segment, and then you have a break marker, optional, and then followed by an ad or a house promotion, one or more of them. And then you have a break marker, again optional, and then the content segment continues, right? This is a regular expression. And this is the ad break. And we want to get all these clips out and start tagging them. So let's think about, are there statistical properties of each of them that we can exploit to build a system that works? One thing to notice here is, also in my experience, I've been, I tend to call myself more an information retrieval guy, because you care more about the semantics of information and see if you can exploit that in a given domain to make your job easier. So for me, like machine learning is a tool, and if machine learning works, so good. If you have to use supervised, unsupervised, doesn't matter, right? Whatever works, but having some domain knowledge helps you solve a problem faster. So quickly you want to start understanding the domain and see, okay, what works here. Break markers. There are signature sequences of video or audio that are specific to a channel or a show. There is this interesting property of break markers that the break marker when Tarak Mehta is coming is going to be different from when Ishqbaz is coming, from when That 70s Show is coming, from when, say, Silicon Valley is coming. The break markers are always different, right? But they always repeat whenever this show is coming up. So if you start analyzing the regions of video that always come around when this show is telecast, then you have a better chance of getting break markers. They're very seldom seen elsewhere. So maybe that gives you some clues. They're always sentinels that separate the content from ads. There's at the start of an ad break, at the end of an ad break. What about ads? Okay. Ads are short, right? Very short. It costs money to put them up. So the ads are like either 10 seconders, 15 seconders, 20, right? And so on till 30 seconds. Very few ads are a minute long. Heavy on audio. The thing with advertising is even if you're not watching TV, you should be able to hear the brand. Okay, that's how the ads are designed. So they're very heavy on audio. They repeat a lot. This is what you're all annoyed about, right? So they repeat a lot. They occur across channels. They're not loyal to one show. They're not loyal to one channel. Because you want to maximize impressions, they just occur across channels. They always come together, right? They've been bundled together. So there's a lot of locality of ads. If you think there is one ad somewhere, there's a very high likelihood there's one more ad either before it or after it, right? Because so you can use these properties. What about house promotions? They feel very similar to ads. They always come in ad breaks. They are like ads for other shows, but they're different. The thing about house promotions is they change every day. Typically, an ad stays the same for an entire campaign, maybe about a month, or if the advertiser has a lot of money, he might be doing something every week. But house promotions change every day, because for tomorrow's show, you need to create a house promotion today. And for day after, you will be beaming something tomorrow, right? So they tend to change a lot. And they also feel very similar to ads. Also makes it a little hard to distinguish them. What's interesting is house promotions always feature actors that otherwise come in content segments, okay, which is not so with ads. There is, if you have a mechanism to recognize faces that come up a lot in content segments, then you know that they are most likely going to occur in house promotions as well. Content segments, most likely good actors, the lead actors of these content the shows tend to occur a lot. That's why they are stars of the show, right? And the show metadata that you get from the EPG is most likely going to give you their names, right? And if they're reasonably popular enough, they have some web presence, which means that they have some photographs available there. So if we have an index of these photos from there, maybe we have a chance of trying to identify when these people come up on TV, right? So again, the broad theme is TV has a lot of repetition. So can we generate a dictionary of features? The central theme of how we operate here is we're trying to watch TV over a period of time. And because TV has a lot of repetition, we try to gather features that are very, very characteristic of television. So we gather those features, build a large repository of this, and we start looking for them again in live television. So for example, ads, house promos, and break markers are all repeating clips, right? They tend to repeat a lot. People tend to repeat a lot, so we can probably have repeating facial features. So the whole idea is, can we look for learned features in real time and then use that to tag streams on the fly? So I'll take you through this algorithmic sequence that we do. The whole idea is start looking for clips that tend to repeat often in television, okay? But where do you look for these clips? Right? What is the infrastructure, right? Are you going to attach a computer to your cable television and do it? Like, you need some place to actually do all this mining. So this is how TV actually comes to your home, and it's important to know because you need to set a context for where you're going to do all this mining. So generally what happens is you have a TV channel, let's say HBO. He uplinks his signal to a satellite, and then from the satellite there's a downlink, and there are these things called multi-systems operators who are your TV operators, the Airtel, all the cable operators, your Tata Sky, DTH operators. They have these dish farms where they start looking for all incoming TV and then they start analyzing it. After this, they encrypt all of this and push it through the wire to your homes. So what we've done is we've done a deal with these guys, and we put our data centers in their premises, which means that we get untethered access to all the TV channels across India in one place for us to analyze. So we've put our machines over there, and we do all this analysis there. The other thing to notice is video processing is very, very expensive. If you're thinking of 60 frames per second, every frame, if you try to do analysis, you're going to like burn all your cash just in hardware. And Abhay is in fact talking about wanting GPUs, which means that it's even more expensive. So you need to come up with ways to make this more efficient. So what we do is we say, okay, ultimately we want video, but let's start with audio because audio is cheaper. And so we strip out the video from the TV and just start with audio. Audio looks like this, right? So it's, right? But again, audio processing is some waveforms and some frequencies and amplitudes and all this. It's still not a convenient mechanism for you to do analysis. So what we do is we try to convert audio into a number sequence. So there's this known method called acoustic fingerprinting. If you've heard of Shazam, which is a sound recognition system, somebody's playing a song, and then you open your phone, it kind of recognizes what song is playing. It's a similar method. The process is called acoustic fingerprinting, where what you do is you take some piece of audio and come up with some number sequence for this. So at this stage, what we've done is we've converted a TV stream into just a sequence of numbers, okay? Now our job is easier. We just need to look for repeating sequences of numbers in this long, long stream, which happens to be a very, very famous problem called frequent episode mining in data mining terminology. And magically, all these audio clip candidates keep coming up, okay? They're not the best. You need to do a lot of post-processing, but this is at the core. At the core is we've converted it into a number problem, and then we look for repeating sequences of numbers, maximal repeating sequences of numbers, and these are all interesting clip candidates that we can start working on. So what we then do is, you have an interesting audio candidate. Now let's go back to video. And what we've just done here is we've had a large space of videos to work on. We've just stripped so much of this out because we have interesting audio candidates only. So the domain size kind of drastically reduced. Now we are like, let's go back into video. And what we do is, if the audio actually ran from maybe t seconds to t plus 10 seconds, we tend to take t minus 4 and t plus 10 plus 4 and take all the frames together. And then we do one more process of trying to do maximal frame mining, now in terms of keyframes. So here's an example of that. So you take this, something else could have been before this, something else could have been before this, even after this there could be something else. You take that and then look for enough samples of this and see which one tends to repeat often, okay? And you do this, you end up with a clip.
Iconic Kajal. Kajal इतना गहरा जो समय को मारते. लगातार सफर और लगातार काम, ये दोनों को मारते. ये है गहरा काला काजल जो समय को मारते 22 घंटों तक. लैक्मे आइकॉनिक काजल, अब सिर्फ 180 रुपए में.
So you can see this example was actually clipped out of Sony Sub, the channel. It's not some clip we just got from YouTube. And we get it right from the first frame to the last frame. The next frame after this would have been something else, right? This is just beautiful. And we do this at scale. Every week, 12,000 such clips are actually coming out and bubbling up, right? Some statistics, again, something that I went out. This is the output of the system. It's actually a real-time system that's been deployed. People are using it to make money off as well. Why do all this, right? What kind of things can you get out of all this? I'll just read out some insights. Might be hard to see here. And from the data sets that we have, we are able to come up with these kind of insights. What are the ads that are watched on TV by people with the Twitter app on their phone? Okay, how many of you have the Twitter app on your phone? Like everybody, right? You all watch TV, right? Now, can Twitter know what do you watch on TV? Like you're all like loyal followers of Twitter. Does Twitter know what ads you watch on TV? So these are two different islands of information, the one, the web, and the other. We are able to come up with this, and this is interesting, right? A lot of Twitter users have seen the Bharti AXA insurance ad, Skoda Rapid, Jeevansati.com, Datsun, Redsun Go, right? So this is huge monetization opportunity for Twitter itself, where assume that you are with the Twitter app, and then you're in front of TV, you're seeing this Lakme Iconic Kajal ad come up over there. Now, and then you start browsing your Twitter, because obviously it's an ad break, you'll start seeing the same ad show up there, okay? The next time that happens, you know who's behind all this, okay? So this is called TV synchronized advertising. Huge demand for this because you have a world of brands spending so much on TV and then increasing spending on digital media, but the two are not even connected, okay? Another interesting thing, top ads seen on TV by Redmi Note 4 and Mi 5, okay? Both Xiaomi phones. And you'd say, yeah, they're just two Xiaomi phones. But what kind of ads have people with Redmi Note 4 have seen? They have seen the Shadi.com ad. They have seen Jeevansati.com and Titan Skin Perfumes. What about people with Mi 5 phone? Okay, they've seen Berger Anti-Dust Paint, Honda City, Tourism Australia. What does it tell? What this has to stand for some real data, right? What does it tell? It stands for something. This was not by choice. Okay, shows a lot about the preferences. Like there is something when somebody goes and says, I'm not going to buy a Redmi Note 4, I'm going to buy a Mi 5. Okay, you know there is something in his mind which kind of psychographically associates with maybe he's a guy who will yield for a Honda City ad, right? So all these interesting patterns come up. Now, what does this data mean for Xiaomi? Right? Think about it. Right? Another interesting thing, the Airtel Payments has been doing a lot of advertising. Now, what other apps are on the phones of people who have seen the Airtel Payments ad? Okay? And we've noticed that the top app, this is a maximum likelihood, everybody will have YouTube on their phones because it's all Android. We have noticed that the top app, the maximum likelihood is they all have the UPI app. Okay? And they also have Paytm app. Does it mean something is going right with their targeting? They're able to reach out to people who seem to be their demographic. But if this was not there and they were like reaching out to something else, then you know that they better change their strategy. Right? Okay, how many minutes do I have? Okay, so I hope you're all convinced about this. So there is a huge need for building the system. I'm not even looking at all the use cases that are made out of this. Multiple different use cases. We are seeing interest from OTT operators, advertisers, like all kinds of people. Now the question is, now this guy has come here and is talking about his built the system. How good is the system? Can you even measure and tell how good the system is? Okay, does it get all the ads? Is there a ground truth? What percentage of ads are you able to uncover from a machine learning perspective? So that's what we wanted to kind of come up with. Like, there is no ground truth because ads are changing every week. In fact, there is one ground truth. There is almost a semi-government agency called BARC. BARC stands for Broadcast Audience Research Council. And what they've done is they've gone to all broadcasters and said, okay, put watermarks. And then they've installed people meters in people's homes. Big team, very, and in fact, they pay people to watch TV, right? So they're going to watch TV whole day and one channel per person. And whenever an ad comes, he makes an entry into Excel and says, okay, this is the ad that's coming up, right? So which is why the data is very old. This is how I want it to be, good. So data is very old, so you don't have a real-time grasp of how good this is, and it's very sparse. So we wanted to come up with a way of telling how good the system is. If you know the terminology of precision recall and F measure, and right, so it's kind of important, and it's important for data scientists to have some discipline in how they are doing this work. So for us, precision means was everything we called indeed an ad. You don't want to randomly, arbitrarily call something as an ad, right? Everything, when you say it's an ad, it better be an ad, right? That is precision. If we say we are a 100% precision system, then every time we make a call and say, hey, ad, it should have been an ad. If it was not an ad, then you lost precision, okay? So recall is, did you catch all the ads? Were there holes in between? Did you miss some of them? What's a false positive? Something that wasn't an ad but tagged as an ad. A false negative is something that was an ad but we missed it. Because this is supposed to be an industry-ready system, we said, okay, let's focus on 100% precision. This is also something that I kind of learned while working at Google, which is always focus on precision more than recall. Although people say the F-score is something, the harmonic mean of the two is something that you should aim for, but industrial systems always say go for precision because humans do not like errors, okay? And we see this a lot. We have our app out there, we have a product out there. One bug, and they'll say, this is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, right? People are, like, you've seen this, right? So people are very unforgiving of errors. So you need to build systems that are very 100% precise. So we said, let's put a human layer. Every ad that goes out of our system, and even though our machine says it's an ad, we better get it validated by a human. Okay. Now, then there's a question of how efficient this human is going to be, but we can park that for now. So we built this tagging utility for M, and so they can just play the ad and try to figure out if it's indeed one. And there are such suppositions over there, and they just quickly mark it. It takes about 1 to 2 minutes to verify one ad. So it's a very scalable thing. We just need like 3-4 people to get this job done, and we are able to be up to speed. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So how do we measure recall? One interesting insight that we got was ad breaks are always coming together, right? All ads come together. In fact, the way shows are created, how annoying would it be for the show starts out, then 2 minutes, ad break comes up, and then like another 2 minutes. Cricket is like that. It's ideal for showing ads, right? So every over is like 3-4 minutes, and then you have an ad break. But typically, ad breaks are all coming in bulk. So it's easy to identify if you missed an ad break in the whole timeline. If you missed an ad, then you will start seeing holes. Okay? So look at this. You had a long content stretch, and suddenly our system is saying, hey, ad, and it does so for like 3-4 seconds, then it's a false positive. Right? Similarly, you had a long stretch of otherwise an ad break, okay? And then somewhere in between there's a hole, this is a false negative. So statistically, we converted this into a formula, and we said, okay, our recall is the duration of the full ads that we matched divided by the duration of the full ads that we matched, but also add all the holes that you kind of left out. It's a very good measure of recall. Okay? And we used that, and these are actual numbers. We continuously track this for every channel. For Sony, there's 93.7% recall, 86% recall. We can never achieve 100% recall because we need to learn a new ad, right? And it takes some 2-3 times for it to come up and repeat, and for our whole system to kind of get set. So we can never get into 100% recall, but this is actually pretty good numbers in that sense. Okay?
Bharat, we are out of time.
I'm done. There are ways to improve this, and there's a lot to be done. I'm done.
Thanks a lot, Bharat. That was a very interesting presentation. We will not take QA right now because we're out of time, but there's a separate QA session by Bharat and next speaker, Paul, after the short beverage break. We'll break for a short tea break right now. Do you have feedback forms in your seat? Kindly fill them. This makes us help our conferences better. You can pay for food using Paytm or tokens, which you can purchase as Hasgeek counters. There's OTRs happening today in the room 1 as well as here. And the OTR on data visualization will start at 12 o'clock in room 1. So you could go there if you're interested in these things. Also submit your proposals for flash talks. We are going to have flash talks today starting 5:40 p.m. So a flash talk could be anything from your 5-minute presentation about some open source project, some interesting idea you're working, or really anything you want to share with us. So do submit your proposals. Thank you.
Down here, I see the play. I don't see this slide. And this screen.
Yeah, you don't get that there.
Oh, he was. I was saying.
Possible?
Check, check.
Hello, everyone. Good to have you back. Hope you enjoyed your tea. We are starting with our next session with Paul. Paul is going to talk about designing ML pipelines for mining transactional SMS messages. And I cannot really stress this enough, but please switch off your phones or put that on silent mode. It's not good when your phone rings in between a talk. Thank you. Over to Paul.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, late morning. Right, so SMSs are a pretty rich source of personalized data in India, and they sort of applicable to a lot of use cases, especially in fintech, personal finance. And if you're a data scientist or engineer interested in this kind of data, then hopefully this talk is interesting. But also, I think if you're a data scientist or engineer who's interested in complex problems where you're layering models on top of each other, then in a more generalized way, it might not be with SMSs, then hopefully this is also interesting to you. And I also kind of want to have two broad theme takeaways that hopefully come out through the course of the talk. And the first one is an illustration of the simple but important concept of breaking something into pieces and solving the pieces. And I like the way that the mathematician Max Tegmark puts it, where he says, you know, if you have a tough question that you can't answer, first tackle a simpler question that you can't answer. And it is just a could be a way of expressing this concept. And the second takeaway has to do with the architecture and design of these systems. When you're applying machine learning to a problem, at least in my experience, you almost never fully understand what you're building when you start, which means you'll need to do things 25 and 50% and 75% into the project that you didn't realize you'd have to do at the beginning. Unfortunately, you also face things like path dependency, and early choices affect late choices. So I think a key concept to think about when you're thinking about how do I design the system in the early stages is the quality of extensibility. And in my experience, a lot of engineers and startups make the mistake of making a big issue of scalability and while forgetting about extensibility. And I think this is a shame because we're far more likely to face the problem. We can only hope to face the scalability issue, you know, massive numbers, but we're almost surely going to face the problem of we're going to face the challenges of breaking down because of extensibility. How do we extend our system to do things that we didn't know we would have to do? So a bit about actually, doesn't seem to be connected. Ah, there we go. Sorry, appreciate it. So a little bit about me, and I think also just to give you some context for how I think about this talk. My career is kind of, my professional experience is kind of oscillated between two key themes, one of which is being statistical inference. Thinking about how do you actually ask questions about causality from data and in order to inform decision making. And then the other side is the engineering and the software, because you can develop really complex and interesting models that help you, apply causal inference. But until it can go into production, until you can deal with all the dirty problems of getting data from one place to the other, or making a decision and then recording what happens, and was it really the right one? It stays pretty academic. And so I've kind of gone from, spend time in my graduate work in university and in government, where I was thinking more about the statistical inference. And then as I've moved into the private sector, it's become more about how you engineer the system so that it actually works. And most recently, I co-founded a startup called PaySense, which is a mobile lending startup here in India based in Mumbai. And this is kind of where this problem set came out from me, and sort of represent some of the work we did there and some of the work I've continued to do afterwards. And now I'm actually at a venture capital firm where I'm a data scientist in residence. and called Montaigne Ventures. And I do want to just give a quick plug because I think one of the things I like to think about is when you're investing in things, the notion of really understanding the product and technology that's being built that a lot of times entrepreneurs care about is something that you miss out on if you're not from that space as well. And so we're really into thinking about the problems that the engineers think about, that entrepreneurs think about, that aren't necessarily related to like necessarily just is it a good business, but are you actually building a technology that's interesting and it's going to be applicable widely. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, by all means, come talk to me. Okay, so this is what we're here to talk about today. And if you have a phone in India, you know what these look like. You have them on your phone. And interestingly, what differentiates SMSs, which is a worldwide technology, in India, a little bit differently than in Singapore and the US, other places I've lived and worked, is that in India, because of the requirement of two-factor authentication, banks and other financial transactions that happen online, you have to involve approval through the phone. So we have like things like OTP. And a side product of that is that because the phone is such an important part of everyday life anyway, that a lot of the services that we interact with as consumers, as people, have some element of the phone in them. So you'll get your notifications from Uber and from Amazon as well as from your bank. And so it becomes a very, as I was saying at the beginning, a very rich source of data. And the technical problem here, ultimately, when you're thinking about the use case of, say, giving a loan, what you care about is how much did this person spend and what's their typical bank balance look like. But what we have as a raw form of data is an SMS that looks like this. And the machine doesn't know that that you spent $4,000 on a credit card. It just sees this sort of raw text. And so the technical problem we're going to talk about today, that sort of statistical problem, machine learning problem, is moving from this to this in an automated way, where we can sort of say every message is composed of a template structure and then variable information. And so it's not your typical NLP. It's not what I think a lot of times people talk about when they're talking about NLP, right? The problem is, in a lot of ways, not as hard as something like Twitter, where you have just no structure. Anyone can say whatever they want. There's latent structure here. It's just the variable amounts that are changing. We're all receiving the same message. But it's not so simple as that in the sense that there's a lot of variation in the templates and other things. This is the general problem we're looking at. And why does it matter? Maybe you do care about the use cases and not just the technical issues here. This is a fintech market map in India. And I would say I've looked at most of these companies, and most of them are at least asking permission, which you may not read when you click OK and install the app, for them to access your SMSs. And trying to use it in different ways. And so I don't think this is not like a cutting edge problem, but I don't think necessarily that the solutions to it have been done as well as, so I often hear people say, for instance, that this is a commodified problem. I think that's similar to sort of saying if you're in 2000, you said search was commodified, right? There's definitely been search systems around, but the extent of their development and evolution is not quite there yet. So, and you might see that, like, so in a personal finance, we have companies like Walnut, right? And they'll often not get things right where maybe you have two bank accounts and you make a transaction and you receive a notice that there's a debit or withdrawal on one of your accounts and a credit on the other, and knowing that that's actually moving within your system and is not like a net outflow and then inflow is something a lot of times they get wrong. Okay, so before we jump into the system, I also want to kind of point out that this is not, I've talked about this problem before, and a lot of times people will come up and ask, you know, can we access some of this data? You know, it's interesting. And what I do want to say is that while you won't necessarily, as an independent person, you won't necessarily be dealing with some of the problems at scale, this is not a problem that you can't touch on, grab a hold of, and try your hand at. just because you don't have an app out there that's collecting other people's data. So by all means, and I'll just sort of walk through a couple of ways you can get started. So say you have an iPhone, which is the kind of phone I have, which you won't necessarily get in your app, but you can basically go to this fairly obscure site. If you take an image backup of the phone, and you'll find this very obscure labeled file, which actually ends up being a SQLite database. And that's where your messages are stored. If you have an Android, it's a fairly similar process. I haven't actually tried this too many times because I don't have an Android phone, but it's worked once. And then that'll give you your messages and maybe the messages of some of your family or friends who are willing to like help seed your data set. There are other ways to kind of try to sort of initiate even more variety in your sample. So there's a lot of bulk SMS service providers out there who provide templates, provide other message structures for you to, for basically for apps who are wanting to send bulk SMSs. You can Google those. You can pull them down, and then all of a sudden you've got a whole new set of templates. And then don't stop there because that won't give you enough variety. I think the next step is simulation. And actually, this is a sort of a side note that I think this is actually useful even if you don't need it, you have the data, because creating this kind of data actually forces you to really understand what the data generation process was. How does it actually come from? And it'll help you think through this. So what we're doing here is just a basic Python script using regex and some strings. So we have a template across the top, a message that happens to be a credit message. And then we can think, look, the way this is phrased in English is pretty arbitrary. You could compose it any way, and in fact, we do compose it different ways. So let's just create some artificial variation that's sort of syntactically different, but not meaningfully different. And then we'll just create a script that will cycle through messages like this and randomize and vary it. And so then from one template, you've got many different templates. So instead of saying has been deposited to, you can say credited to, or deposited into, or deposited in, or credited in. As humans, we don't care about that variation. But that's the variation we're going to try and ignore and try and decipher when our machines are learning. And we do need the variation, because the variation ends up being the problem. If we only had like 5 templates for a bank, or even 35 templates for a bank that had all the different types of message, then you could just like manually look in them and write some regex and brute force it. But that's not the case that we're in. So in India, just doing some basic easy research, you'll sort of see we have hundreds of banks of different types, as well as all the kind of service providers that are also recording and SMSing things as to your transactions and other things that might be applicable to the use case you have as a business or as an application. And so because they're all creating their own templates, creating their own message structures and entity types, this is where the variation comes, and this is why the sort of brute force raw, just manually labeling these messages is not necessarily going to work very well. Okay, so now we've kind of set up that context, and we can think about how do we design to the information we ultimately care about. So from here on out, let's sort of set aside a lot of the type of SMSs and focus on banks, because those are really interesting. Those are financial data. And actually, I should actually just pause for a second and say, before we get into this sort of statistical stuff, the other concern that you know is definitely there, that also this helps you make aware of, is that there's a lot of personally identifiable information in here. I mean, this is in SMSs, this can be all kinds of private sensitive information from whatever your financial transactions are, if you're very sensitive about that, to Shahidi and other sites that are very personal. One of the things you also want to do when you're designing these systems, and we had a panel yesterday where we talked about ethics and accountability and things like that. For me, it's very important. You should be thinking also about, when you design the system, how do you design it such that you minimize the information that you don't want to capture? Just a starting way, sort of the baseline, is that there's every every sender that sends bulk SMSs is required to register with the government, and they get a 6-character ID address, which is different than a phone number when you're SMSing personally amongst friends and family. And so when you're setting up your SDK to capture this data, you would sort of exclude the personal information, at least the personal SMSs, and only go for messages coming in through the sender, sort of a 6-character ID, which is a transactional SMS. Okay, so we have those SMSs, and we say, let's say we're taking the lending case. We're really interested in these particular pieces of information. We debited 300 rupees, or we debited, and our balance is 49.46. And so this is our end goal. But this is not, there's also this is just the highest level. So a debited is a basic transaction, a credit is a basic transaction. As you go in, you start to realize that there's a lot of also specifics in your ontology where you have to really be thinking about your domain. So if you're lending money, you care about, for instance, is a person making their payments on time. So there might be a due notice, and but you don't want to classify a due notice as a debit, right? It hasn't happened yet. You have your late fees. You have your bounce checks, your double bounce checks. They all mean something differently, and you can't just capture a list of amounts, right? You need all of the structure and the context for that amount for it to be meaningful. And that's what we want. And so we say, how do we go from this raw text down to this level? What's our handle? Do we just build a model that says let's say classify this message as having a debit and the 300 is the debit? Or so this is where the design, you start to think through, what do you actually want to get out of it? What kind of layers are going to be there, and how do you even structure a model? So a first step is, let's say we're interested in banks, right? But we have a whole set of SMSs, and I kind of just easily said we're interested in banks, but the machine doesn't know which messages are for banks. And so as a start, we'll just sort of, let's say, we're going to classify messages that are coming from banks. And so you might, so you think that's going to be pretty straightforward, right? Because there's that latent structure in bank messages, and there's a very commonality of topics. So bank messages will tend to have sort of financial terminology in them. They'll have things like account strings. They'll usually have a date string because it was a transaction, so it has a timestamp, a date stamp associated with it. So those things will help us identify a bank, and you'll classify a message whether it's from a bank. But if we do that, we're actually leaving a lot of information on the table, right? We're solving a problem where we don't necessarily need to look at a message and decide whether it's from a bank. Why? Because the sender is the bank, and the sender sends a lot of other messages. So if we jump right in and start classifying at the level of the message, we're leaving all of the other messages that sender is sending on the table. So instead, what we can do is just say, let's aggregate all of our messages that come from a particular sender, and then classify the sender. So we know now that HDFC-BK means bank. And then we say, okay, now we have our bank messages. Before we can really get to the 300 rupees, we need to know the context of it. So for instance, just at a very high level, we have debit messages and credit messages and due and overdue. And then we're going to say, we have a more limited set of variability of text because we know it's bank messages and it tends to be one of these types. So we're hoping that there's structure in there that we can sort of identify and classify to know that this message is debit and this is a credit. And that's really important because if you get it wrong, you have money coming in when it should be going out or vice versa, and that's going to mess up your risk models. Okay, and then say we're interested in knowing a person's and tracking a person's bank balance over time. Well, we could model where the bank balance is in a message, but it doesn't always show up. So here's Citibank, and here's two types of messages from Citibank that are both debited messages. One contains a balance information, and one doesn't. Right? So we wouldn't want to find ourselves hopefully in a position where we're looking for the bank balance in the message that doesn't have the bank balance. It might end up getting confused and classifying the account number as the balance or the debit amount. So we also need to classify the entity type that we're looking for. So let's think about how we would do that, because now we're not just classifying the full message, which was, it's like, for a bank, it was just a full set of messages. For a debit message, you're just classifying. You don't need to know anything about the positionality or anything in the message. You just need to know this is a debit message. This has a balance. Now we've got that. We know it. We know this has the balance amount in it. But how do we know where it is? So one way to do that is to like say, well, we know that like a balance amount will be a currency amount. So we can say, let's make some rules where we just isolate numbers that only contain, say, a period not associated with any alpha of the alphanumeric or dashes or anything like that. And so now we've identified, and we can do that just with a parsing structure. And then we can say, okay, once we've done that, we still need to know which one of these numbers represents which one of the entities. So one way to do that is sort of take a subsegment approach, where you take each of those messages and you say you have some n, say 3 or 4, and you do n plus 3, n minus 3, so you get a subsegment on the message. And now you have that number, and you can classify the subsegment. So now, because if you look at these two subsegments, you can kind of see, well, we'll be able to learn that this, the 12,040 is the debit, and the 1,30,000 is the balance. So each one of these is a model, and we're kind of layering them on, and we're not trying to solve this final objective until we've solved the earlier easier problem. And we have our pipeline, and it kind of goes through. So we're receiving SMSs, and then we're sending them into each classifier, and we're figuring out when to store and when to send and when to classify, and ultimately our financial structured data goes into our database. And the system might look like this at one step. So I'll read it, because I think, unfortunately, the resolution's not great enough for you to be able to read. So we have a new message submitted to the platform, and it kind of goes through the system. In fact, I have some more granular versions of this, so I'll wait for that. But what I kind of want to point out is that in this system, even though you've broken it down, for me, it's like it's also important to understand the human-machine trade-off. So humans will always be able to do highly sensitive sort of analysis. We can kind of recognize variance difference very easily. Machines don't do it as well. So like, have a machine solve a problem, but try not to rely on it completely. Figure out how you can kind of combine the two. So we receive a message. Let's say we're just classifying at the bank level. We compare the sender to a list of known senders, and we determine their identity. And if it's unknown, we send it to the model, and if it's known, we assign a category, right? Great. Now, let's say we receive messages with an unknown sender. So then we'll go through some transformations on the data itself. We'll anonymize strings containing numeric values. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We'll hash some n-grams, talk a little more about that in a bit. Then we'll predict probability of sender category. We'll determine if the probability is clear, and if the category probability is ambiguous or not. If it's not, then we're going to go ahead and assign it. If it is, we're going to send it to the user. And what I mean by user in this case is, especially if you're building the system like as a lender, you really need to understand the data that you're doing underwriting on top of. So it matters in this case that you're getting it right. So what we did was built out a visual interface, and for that, for the 5 or 10% where we're unclear. For instance, it's very easy to tell the difference between a bank message and tends to be like an Uber type message or an Ola. But there's a lot of NBFCs out there that look very similar. And so you'll so where we get our false positives is with that. And so we built just a basic system, a high-level interface that would allow our customer service team and other teams to sort of sit there, and as messages came through, when we weren't getting the classification right, or we were not very confident about our classification, that would go through to them, and they would be able to sort of say, oh, we missed this one, it's wrong, and then they would relabel it, and that would be transformed through regex, and it would go in and correct the model. And that was actually also very important for us, and that's where a lot of the change over time happened, where we realized we had to model things that we didn't think we had to model before, where our risk team was like, wait, this is a late notice, but it's a third late notice. You can't classify it. You need to be able, and it's not the same late notice. It's a late notice plus the amount is increased. So you need to actually be classifying that separately, not the same way. You can't just sort of say you received 3 late notices. And that matters because some banks will like send you late notices over and over and over again. They're just excited to get their money back. And some banks will just do it occasionally. And so that's a sort of, that shouldn't be related to the person's propensity to repay. And so you don't want to have that noise in your confusing your signal. So then there's a lot of like the details, right, of the system as you're building it out. So well, a lot of times with the classification, at the earlier stages, what we're doing is we're classifying the template. We're not classifying the entity, right? And so when you're doing that, you're really looking for, in that early version, remember you have the template and you have the variable. And you're really looking to classify, you're looking to kind of exclude the variable. If you have the variable in your data, what we're doing is basically vectorizing text. You're going to have a much wider data set, right? A long tail where it's like a lot of messages with just, a debit amount. That can be any number, right? And so but it doesn't really mean, the difference between 300 and 100 rupees is meaningless for your model. So like you don't want that there. And there's different ways you can do that depending on like your throughput and how much, where you want to do your computation. One way is, for instance, is like, say the messages are being passed into like a Postgre database, some relational database. You might want to, when you're actually pulling in the data, say you've received enough messages from a new sender to be able to classify or run it through the model, you might want to clean it as you're querying it. And that works okay, where if you're just sort of taking out numbers. Then you might get more complex, and you might say, no, we want to be a little more variable in how we clean, how we transform the text before we send it to the model. So we might do it in a script. So for instance, we might want to clean dates, and then we'll write some regex, and we'll think about some logic to be able to identify the dates, because dates, like amounts, it shouldn't matter, right? It doesn't matter that it's March or April. That doesn't make a difference for identifying a debit message. And then we'll have other problems like size. So if you're lending and people are receiving 20, 30, 40, 100 messages a day or every couple of days, and you've got tens of thousands of users, you're quickly getting a lot of weight. So there's different ways to handle that. When you're early stages, actually, before I talk about the size, let me talk about pipelines. So because you have once you start to do more complex text transformations, we were talking about pipelines in a more abstract sense over the course of this talk, but there's also more particular pipelines like scikit-learn has a concept called pipelines. And what that does is allow you to package a lot of the transformations, a lot of the cleaning that you're doing, and that you might be doing before you want to send the data through the message through the model, but in a very clean and in packaged way. And so basically it's just like, let's say you identify your vectorizer and you give it some specifications. Maybe you have some missing data imputation or something else which uses some other data set to like find a value for the missing, or other types of transformations. And then you can basically pass all of that to a pipeline. And then subsequently, you can just call that classifier, and all of it's nicely packaged. And I think that ends up saving you a lot of effort when you've got different text transformation methods being applied to different stages of the model. Being able to like make sure that they're all cleanly in one place. Your engineers, your data scientists, when you're looking back, you may not have written that code. you certainly won't understand it, even if you wrote it a couple of months ago. So when it's clean like this, I think this is like really a good way to do things. And actually, I want to give a talk plug because there was a talk at PyData Chicago last year where I talked about this. I think it's a pretty good concept, especially for when you're doing this thing of layering a lot of models on top of each other. So then we can talk about size as well. Let's say we have a couple of million messages, and it's a little more than we want to deal with as we're sort of testing our model. So you can read it in chunks, sort of put it into an iterator, and you can use what scikit-learn has a hashing vectorizer. And what that does is allow you to basically do all the same things you would with a vectorizer, but then sort of basically you're doing a partial fit. So you'll cycle through your iterator, and you'll do your transformations, and you'll apply your classifier with a partial fit. So basically, it's just updating the model on the segment of the data, and doesn't need the entire vocabulary. And you have to make a lot of choices when you're doing this kind of thing. So, for instance, with the hashing vectorizer, it's great because it's low memory scalable to large data sets, right? Like I said, it doesn't need to store the whole vocabulary dictionary in memory. It's fast, et cetera. But you can't necessarily, before I was doing a TF IDF, I was doing a particular kind of vectorizing, and you can't do that with this because it doesn't store the memory. And often what that means is that if you're trying to understand what the model is doing, like which features mattered, you won't be able to do that if you're using the hashing vectorizer. Fortunately, in this case, right, we don't care about that because we don't need to account for why a message was classified in a particular way. As long as it's accurate, as long as the model is accurate, we don't really need to know like what actually were the features that caused this to be a due notice and this to be a late notice. And so there's a lot of these micro choices, and then and over time you get quite a large complex system. And if you've sort of taken care at each piece level, when you're going back and changing it, it's much easier to go in, make your change to the piece, update the way you do it, expand the amount of information you can capture without sort of taking down the entire system. And so here, we receive a message, we do the classifying of the sender, we send it to the model, we do all the vectorizing, and we repeat for messages. So we're sending it to the user so that they can clarify ambiguous ones, and then we're doing that at each level of the model, and that's the kind of system we get. So I wanted to end a little bit early. I think I'm successful so that we can have room for questions. That's it.
I would also invite Bharat on stage, and Bharat and Paul would have a joint Q&A. So if you have any questions for the Sensora TV presentation as well as this Paul's presentation, you can ask any of the speakers. Questions?
Question to Paul. You have mentioned that we can find the probability of the category of the sender. So when the sender is unknown, so how this probability is calculated?
Well, I couldn't
how the probability to find the category of the sender when the sender is unknown is actually calculated?
So are you asking about, like, for instance, the accuracy of models?
How do you calculate?
Well, oh, okay. So that's what the model is doing, right? And you can use a lot of different models. A multinomial naive Bayes basically ends up working well. And so we're taking this SMS, we're breaking it into pieces, we're applying a classification model. We don't know who the sender is, so we're classifying it as a bank. Does that make sense?
Question?
Hi, this question is for Paul. You said that in case if when customer is transferring money from one account to another, most solutions are not able to do that. How would you approach that problem?
What's that?
How would you approach the problem when customer is...
Yeah. So I think then what you're doing is getting down to the level of the actual individual. And so there, which I didn't talk about here, but we're actually classifying what kind of account it is. Is it a savings account? Is it a checking account? And then like, what is the account number? And because different messages will anonymize it, nobody sends your full account number, right? So you might have last four, first two, last two. There's different ways. So you're understanding what those structures are, and then you're like creating a library, say for each user of their account numbers, and then you're assigning a probability of whether this particular transaction is associated with this account and this account. And then you might be integrating information like how the balance moves between two messages. So now what you're doing is modeling things at the level of the actual user. It's like you can classify a message across all users. Now you're getting into the level of where you're actually saying, for a given user, you call up their accounts, call up their previous balance and subsequent balance to see if the amounts add up. And that's how you get to that problem. What I think, none of these problems in and of themselves is that hard. But layering them into each other so that you can do all of them in a pipeline, I think is where it gets complex.
Hello. Let's say one day one bank changed their format entirely. I mean, if you talk about date and balance and all these things. So this solution applicable for that as well?
Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
Oh, okay. So let's say one day bank changed their format, SMS format entirely. So this solution will be applicable for that as well?
You're saying if the bank changes the kind of message it sends?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's exactly what you're trying to handle. It's like either a new message from a new type of bank and you want to know very quickly that it's a bank and it's a debit, et cetera, or the same bank changes its template structure and you don't want to have to manually classify everything. That's exactly the problem you're trying to solve for.
This question is of Paul. So these days we see a lot of messages. For example, you do one transaction and you mentioned you get an OTP and then, for example, due to some reason it got declined. How do you tackle those cases to see, okay, the transaction went through or there's something declined or something like that?
You're saying the OTP is declined?
No, you get an OTP and you entered it incorrectly and the finally transaction got declined and you did it again. So there will be multiple messages with same amount and all of that. So there's a lot of noise. How you manage that?
Yes. Okay. That's another example of where the complexity comes in. It's not just the problem of the OTP being declined or like the OTP being sent twice. A lot of types of messages are sent twice. A lot of times you get ding, ding. It's the same exact transaction. The timestamp on the SMS will be different, but it's the same message. You don't want to classify that twice as two debit messages. So again, you're modeling at the level, you're sort of tracking at the level of the user, where you're sort of saying, if you're classifying a debit message, you have rules like time spaces, where it's a probability of it being an independent message, given how early, when the previous message was. A lot of times, it's not if it was the exact same message, it would be to classify. But if they send you two different types of message, one contains balance and one doesn't, right? You still need to, it's not the same message, but it's still basically the same transaction. It's how you do that is again layering more of these models onto each other so that you can correctly identify that that's happening.
Yeah, my question is around the quality of data you collect from SMSs. The quality of data you collect from the SMS information.
Yeah.
So suppose you are trying to build a balance sheet for a customer. Let's say he gets salary every month, but there are issues with network. Sometimes message won't get delivered, or the person can have multiple phones he might be using. In those instances, how do you deal with the accuracy of the data you collect and provide a confidence that the data you have collected is good to use?
Yes. These are great questions. They really get to like the trickiness of the system and why it's so important to have each of the systems be very modular so you can go in and update it. So in the early days when you're first doing it, you remember we classified a sender as that 6-character ID, and then in the back of the system you've got the phone number of the user, yeah? And the phone number has messages associated with it, and you might just be tracking phone number to messages received. But then you want to go in and actually change the user identifier from the phone number to maybe some other unique identifier that has multiple phone numbers associated with it, so that you can then realize that it's the same person. More interestingly, you might actually want to be able to, you may not know that the person has multiple phones, but you want to actually be able to sort of identify that from the messages and sort of saying, wait a second, we're seeing the same pattern. We're seeing like half the messages being received in one phone or the other, but it's the same account. And if you merge those financial data, you're actually seeing like continuity there. Or you're seeing family members sharing an account, both of them transacting or something like that. That's again a problem of like, can you go into the system and like not mess up all the things around it, but just add that additional level of complexity so that your final output is much more granular and defined.
Questions?
Let's say you have to train all the SMSs in a distributed way. So you don't have a way to pull SMSs from users and load it into a server and do this complex analysis. Is it possible to run the training as well as the execution in a distributed way in users' respective phones?
Run it in the phone?
Yeah. Run that training of your model.
Yeah.
And the insights of the model. Although the training is happening in a distributed way, the learning is collective. Is there any way like that?
I think that's an interesting question. I'm not sure I would like want to venture a response because that's not the way we approached it, but I think it would depend on like the degree to which you could store models in the phone. So you definitely need to like at some point get outside of the system so you have enough data, train, etc. But maybe you could deploy the model on the phone. I'm not familiar enough with Android development, for instance, to be able to like know exactly how that would work. But I've heard of other use cases where you're trying to basically do entirely localized prediction, where but I don't know the exact mechanics of how you store the model on the phone. Usually it's sort of like an API call.
So you, while counting the credit rating of the person, do you factor in only the transactional message or service provider message also? So for example, if I book a ticket from ClearTrip but I don't make payment using my card, my friend's card, so I will not get the transaction message. I'll only get the service provider message. So do you factor in that, or you only look adjacency that only when a service provider as well as a transaction message comes?
Yeah. So the goal of the system is to like try to incorporate that information. It's an iterative development process. You're solving the basic problem. You're making as many assumptions as possible to make it easier, and then you're doing more and more. We were getting towards that piece. I think it's not like fully integrated, but a lot of times this matters for other reasons than like it might not just be that you're like using someone else's payment method, but also it might just be that like for some reason it's historical. So once your SDK is there, you can make it such that you receive the message. So you don't have to worry so much about missing data of that kind. But for some reason the phone might have been off, whatever, you don't receive a message. So you have a lot of missing transactions. And let's say you didn't ever receive the bank transaction, but you made a purchase on Amazon. Right? You can match that purchase against that transaction and sort of say, look, we've got a gap. If we look at balances across these messages, we see the balance going like this, or let's say more realistically, it goes like this, right? But we've got, we saw transactions, but we have a gap, and the next transaction had a balance lower. We're further down the slope. We don't know where that happened, but now we see an Amazon transaction happen, and we're able to place that into the process, right? But now what you're doing is, once you've got into the structured data, Then you're doing the financial modeling where you can kind of look at someone's account, et cetera. Before you can even do that, you need to know like the transactions on Amazon and the transactions on the bank, and then you can interpolate and like bring them together. But that's the next step in the process. This is purely the extracting the information process. Then once you've extracted it, then you can impute missing data, you can match patterns, you can do all those kind of things. So there you might recognize that and say, what I'm going to do is scan my messages for the but not the timestamp because you don't know when it'll be. Rather, you want to like say take some segment of transactions before and after that one and see if you can crossfit it, like basically identify it as the same transaction amount, that kind of thing. Yes. So, yeah. So this is another example of like where you get a lot of false positives. You're classifying bank messages because PayTM messages end up looking a lot like bank messages. That's why it's important at the personal level is to be able to identify the account number information. So here's your account number information. You might have different formats of account, but you're modeling that. And that's what I was saying to the previous question. You have a library of account numbers for a particular user associated with which bank. Right? So it'll be like your HDFC banks and your Citibank accounts and then your PayTMs. That's what I was mentioning also about not getting it right where it's so that's really money in your system when you send it into PayTM or you send it back into your bank. So you need to be able to sort of say, when you see a debit transaction, does that debit, where is it going into? Is it going into an entity or is it going into one of your accounts? So that's, again, like design of the model where you're saying, this is the problem we're solving. We insert this level of models into the overall system so it runs in parallel or in sequence with all the other models.
This is for Mohan. I want to know, like, as new content is always coming, how do you train your model? Like, we show the ad for a different show, and this will always keep on changing. Like, next, they will show some clip from the next week's show, and the next week again, they will show some clip from the following week. So how do you keep on updating your model? The content is always changing.
Okay, so let me just understand your question. So you're saying the clips will keep getting updated, and are you asking how we monetize that, or how we keep updating the model? Yeah. So we don't have a model, right? So it's an unsupervised system. If that answers, then. But the way we extract stuff is, which is exactly why this is a case of a system that requires an unsupervised approach, because the data is changing very dynamically. You'll always have a new kind of thing, and training for something is going to take up more time. But unsupervised methods work out better because there are statistical patterns that are there that we kind of make use of to bubble up. So, yeah. But the models are used to make the system more efficient. So, to auto-classify a clip as an ad versus a house promotion, you can use models that are trained from already observed data. If one's tagged, you can, a clip that is already tagged once, you can use that to put it into a database and learn some features. So, if something related to this ad comes up later on, you're able to classify it faster. But largely, it is an unsupervised system. Thanks. I think he's waiting for a long time there.
Hello. Question for Bharat. So, do you plan to, open this data for public anytime in future?
Open the setup as in?
The data part, as in, just like, for Google Maps, Google did. And
yeah, so adbreaks.in is an open system. We give you high-level analytics to kind of observe whatever patterns that are there.
Okay.
Some parts of it are copyright protected. For example, the clips that we observe are actually extracted from a broadcasted feed, right?
Okay.
So they're mostly for private consumption. That's there. High-level statistics, absolutely, we want to make it available for public. But you're saying you want a full fire hose of data.
No, something more for developers, that, maybe because you've got a nice set of data, probably I don't know if anyone else has it. And if you could, open it for developers,
we can actually consider that. So, or even if you want to do an internship or something like that, or join us on board, there's a lot of data we can.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hi. Just wanted a little bit more about the monetization model. More importantly, are you targeting the end customer themselves? Okay, I think at least I couldn't catch. Like, for example, as a customer, I'm watching, I'm using this. What's in it for me? Like, I mean, I just logged into your site. It's probably good for the broadcaster or the service providers. But what is in it for the end customer? Because, people move. The moment some ad comes, I switch to another channel. I know that I got bored.
Right.
But what is in it for me, and how can you get it personalized for the user themselves? The people who watch ads, yeah.
So it will trickle down, ultimately causing the experience for the end consumer will be much better. And I'll explain how it'll happen. The reason why you see an ad 200 times is because they don't know who's seen it, right? So there's this famous thing in television advertising which says 50% of all TV ad spend is wasted, but you don't know which 50% it is, right? And there's also a lot of psychological research in advertising which says that a brand needs to be present probably 5 times, but until then, the recall is not there. But after 5 times, it has a diminishing effect of diminishing returns and has a negative brand recall because you just hate it. You're like, why am I seeing this again, right? And the other thing you should notice is the first time you've seen an ad, you've always liked it because there's curiosity and there's immense amount of creativity that goes into creating an ad. So creating a feedback system actually makes it more efficient, right? Because advertisers will take up fewer spots because they know they've had these 5 impressions, they don't want to sell more. So slowly you will see that the ad breaks will start shrinking if they know who's watching it, and better ads will be able to reach people who can kind of benefit from that. Now, the truth of the industry is you need ads to survive because you're not going to bear the cost of content, right? So content is expensive. So the only way this can scale is through advertising. And good products also need to come in front of consumers. So better data insights helps the entire industry, and ultimately it's like GST is going to help the consumer, right? But it's meant for the industry, like streamlines the whole process. So that is one perspective. The other is what we are also creating is an X-ray kind of experience for television, where you can search better. So in fact, we are building systems where you can use voice and tell, like, take me to an English movie that is not in an ad break now, right? So in general, it helps the experience there. Or you can set an alert and say, come back to this channel when the ad break is over, right? So these are all interesting experiences even for consumers. We want to be careful about how we do this because ads are the bread and butter of the. In fact, we had tested this for some time, and then we were like, no, it's not the way to go, and we removed it. So.
Questions? Hi, I have a question for Paul. So looking at the content, I see it is kind of syntactically correct. So have you tried exploring anything on the syntactical parsing of NLP, like part of speech or dependency parse tree? Like one example that you had, account 123 is debited amount this much. Is debited is the predicate, and you have subject and object. So have you tried leveraging that information some way? Or have you explored that?
Yeah. Yeah. So there's definitely aspects of this that you could, I think, leverage NLP methods. I think there's some entity extraction. I think that a lot of times the way I've seen, for instance, entity extraction done is sort of like a named entity recognition type thing is where it's like you're looking for any particular named entity. It's not necessarily that you're looking for this particular one over multiple iterations where it's variable but not in a meaningful way. So like everyone's account number. But in sense of taking an approach where you say you're looking at part of speech and like you said, you have your verb debited, etc. We played a little bit, but it wasn't as generalizable to a lot of the other problems. So like fitting that type of model was theoretically possible into the system, and that's the point, was like you can leverage different approaches within the same system. Like any model at any different level can be its own, can use its data in its own way. It doesn't need to like use the same data as the previous model. But in terms of just writing speed of a data scientist, doing the same thing multiple times is easier than to like context switch and sort of say, now I need to understand a little bit what's happening with the NLP. I think there's some good potential to do even more than when we tried out. And that's why I kind of like encourage like, oh, this is how you can kind of get a data set, because then I would love to sort of see different methods applied. I also think that like certain unsupervised methods could be really interesting because there's, in a sense of clustering kind of a way, I think there are some problems there, but anyway, I think there's definitely more that could be done. And that's what I was trying to say, is that like a lot of times people see this and they're like, I've just heard a lot of people say it's commodified, right? It's a solved problem, but it's just like the tiny bit at the top is solved. Like there's and doing it efficiently, effectively across all the different use cases that were called out in questions, I think is where it gets interesting. But I think this type of NLP is definitely a candidate for further exploration.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Okay, I don't see any more questions. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Bharat. It was a very great presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch and return here exactly at 1:45. Meanwhile, you can pay for food counters using Paytm, or you can purchase tokens from the Hasgeek counters. We accept card and cash at the Hasgeek counter, but not at the food counters. From 1:45 to 2:30 p.m., we are going to have an OTR on failure stories in machine learning, led by Bhargava S. If you have any failure stories to share,
Check. Hello.
Hello, people. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good one. We would be starting with Manas Ranjan Kar's talk about building serverless architecture for deep learning and NLP. He works for a company called Episodes, and we'll starting with the talk shortly. We have distributed feedback forms for the evening session. They are different from the ones distributed to you in the morning. They were for all the morning talks. The evening forms are for the talks starting after lunch till the end of the day. So you would want to go ahead and fill back feedback forms. They help us make the conference better for you. And over to Manas.
Hi, good afternoon. So before I start off, I'll introduce myself. So I'm Manas, and I work for a company called Episodes. I lead the data science and NLP practice, and we have been working on building clinical intelligence systems for the past few months. This talk is mostly going to be about how we are building solutions which are cost efficient and in a serverless manner. So this is the brief agenda, and I'll just kind of breeze through it. So we'll talk about the problems, what were the challenges, some of the architectural paradigms that we consider, and then out. And then talk about some caveats and the final impact that we had through the architecture that we deployed. Now, brief about the company. Now, Episodes is a healthcare risk management firm, which means that we take data from insurance and the hospital providers in US and make sure that the clients are reimbursed properly by the US government, which means that we have to analyze the entire medical discharge summaries and claim records and understand what are the diseases that have been identified and whether or not they are reimbursable or not. So the context is that Episodes started focusing on ML and NLP more specifically because there were pricing pressure that is starting off in the market. Everyone wants automation and everyone wants the cheapest price possible. And that is where we come in. So we want to build a scalable information extraction engine using NLP and machine learning. Now, there are multiple challenges. Now, the first challenge is, of course, that you have to have a scalable platform atop which all these data science products will lie. But the biggest challenge than that is, since we are dealing with patient care data, and especially we fall under the US healthcare market, we have to maintain HIPAA compliance, which means that data has to be secured both at rest and in transit as well. And that makes it even more challenging because you can't use all the services, you can't use all the cloud providers. And if you were to go use bare metals, you have to ensure that regular compliance and audit checks are done on a regular basis. But this is the first primary challenge. The second challenge that we have to be cost efficient. Now, we are paid per chart. We are not paid per disease, which means that at the end of the day, I need to make sure that my company is profitable. And this is something that I keep on saying again and again to many of the data scientists and my peers out there, is that the job of a good data scientist at the end of the day is just to ensure either of these two outcomes. You can either make your company money or you can save your company's money. These are the only two outcomes, and it is your job as a data scientist to make your company look good. And for us, in that essence, is that the KPI for us is what is the cost per chart that will come out after the NLP has been done. And that has to be kept low as much as possible. And that is where the entire philosophy that we have built upon our entire architecture comes in. Now, something like the first three pieces, that scalability, fault tolerance, cost effectiveness, and lean architecture is something that anyone who is building any kind of architecture will focus on. So let's not kind of focus much about that. But we're also talking about immutable configurations. But we're also talking about self-healing. What happens if a region goes down? What happens if a availability zone goes down while the processing is happening? So you have to make sure that the entire process is self-healing in nature. And we are not repeating and setting up configurations again and again. And that's where tools like Ansible and Docker come in. And this is the last piece. I'm sure this is slightly a controversial piece. That when I started off and when I started building my company and hiring people for that, I did not want to hire people who are pure DevOps or pure ML people. I wanted to build a ML ops company or a practice where a person can create his own algorithm and deploy it as well. So what I wanted to create was an ML ops team. So the obvious solution for that is serverless, because at the end of the day, at least this is my belief, that no ops is the best DevOps. If I don't have to manage servers on a regular basis, apart from some maintenance, I think I'm doing the best DevOps. And there are multiple tools out there in the market nowadays which are quite popular: Docker, Ansible, AWS Cloud Scripts, CloudWatch, and so on, which will give you way more control on your entire architecture, the way you're trying to build it. And the biggest plus point for me was I did not have any servers to manage. So anyone who has been working on servers will tell you that the moment a server goes down for even a minute, the amount of headache that it entails. And that's something that I actively wanted to avoid. So what are the implementation points? Now, the first piece was that I had to make sure that my entire configuration is immutable. So when I develop algorithms on my system, I should be able to test it on a real-time basis. So that is where I am using PyCharm as my ID and Docker is my remote interpreter. So I am ensuring that my algorithms are tested in real time, and there's no problem when I'm deploying it on the servers. I'm using Lambda. AWS Lambda is a service which is serverless service of AWS. And we are using it for mostly some amount of ETL data manipulation and NLP tasks as well. We are using Boto 3 for generating security credentials on the fly. We don't want to save and have those AWS secret keys written in our code. So we need to generate security credentials on the fly. So we are using Amazon STS for that. We are using Ansible. This is like doing the 80% of our heavy lifting, triggering all the manual tasks, SSHing into our servers, setting them up, pulling data, pulling the EBSs, encrypting those disks, and so on. And of course, the final data pull and push to S3 buckets. And the final one is the NLP part. So this is the algorithms that are being taken care of. So these are some of the libraries that I mentioned. Some of the libraries were used, and now we have moved on to other libraries. For example, we were using TensorFlow, now we are moving to PyTorch. So this is a broad stack and the process flow that we have for our entire systems. Now, what is our entire stack? Now, to give you a brief background, there are always 4 important metrics in any data science product: accuracy, precision, recall, and F-scores. Now, depending on your use case, some of these metrics may be important. Some of these metrics may not be as important. And accuracy is an overhyped metric, I believe. But in our use case, recall is a very important metric, because for us, a false negative is losing money. I don't identify a disease properly, I'm losing money. Okay? Hence, for me, recall is more important. So what happens is, the moment I have new data coming in, which is my training data essentially, or my new code being pushed, for example, I pushed some new changes to my algorithm. So I trigger this entire piece where Lambda triggers another set of servers, and my training happens. The results are then saved and compared against the prior results. And if my recall is better, I deploy this new model. Otherwise, I don't. I then log my model results and do my necessary logging for my purposes later on. So this is the ML deploy. So this is not entirely AutoML per se, but this is automating the ML model deployment. So this is the first piece of serverless that we have done. And for this, most of the pieces that we are using are, again, Lambda, Boto3, and Ansible. But this is our most important pipeline, and this is our entire document processing pipeline. So the documents are then uploaded on S3 by a client or by our own in-house people. And we are triggering Lambda after that. So we are essentially saying Lambda, hey, there was a S3 upload 1 hour back, or there were 1,000 files uploaded 1 hour back. Why don't you start processing? So I trigger a Lambda, which will trigger other servers. It will then launch into a master worker configuration where the data and tasks are pulled from SQS. The reason we have a master worker configuration is that the master and the data processing has to be done in a private subnet. Okay. And the master needs to, and we need to SSH into the workers. So master is essentially like a jump box for us. And once the data is processed and everything is done, we push it back to S3, and then we delete all the servers. And there's a secure API that we have created to interact with the results. Now, this is the good parts about it, but there are trade-offs. And the trade-off is very simple, and this is across any serverless platforms that you'll come across. Now, you have Google Cloud Functions, which is a competitor for AWS Lambda. You have AWS Lambda on the other hand. Now, AWS Lambda gives you a maximum memory allowance of 1.5 GBs. And the minimum is 128 MBs. I'm pretty sure Google Cloud Functions will have similar ones. But atop that, AWS Lambda only allows you to launch one Lambda for no more than 5 minutes, which means that there will always be this trade-off between your heavier workloads or lighter workloads. Now, the moment you want to process higher workloads using AWS Lambda, it will cost you more money. And it's going to be way, way more expensive than having a server 24/7. And on the other hand, and this is the trade-off that we have made. So we have only ported some of the ETL tasks, and I'll mention that in the next slides, to AWS Lambda. Now, that is costing us low memory. We are operating at 128 MB only, and it's costing us around $35 for around 1 million invocations per month. So that's the price point. However, it will run into $3,000, $4,000 if I do the same amount of invocations with more than 500 MB of memory. So this is the trade-off that you have to keep in mind whenever you're building or trying to port or build any serverless solutions per se. So this trade-off is actually very real. So what are we using Lambdas or any serverless architectures for mostly? Now, we are using it for minor ETL tasks, where, for example, we are getting data from an XML format. We have to convert it into text formats for ingestion into NLP engine. We are using it for SSHing into servers, which is the master in the public subnet, and set up all the servers and run the Ansible scripts. There's also a serverless DB API, which we call in-house. I'm not sure if it's the correct technical term. So we have our data finally stored on in JSONs in S3. Now, the moment my Salesforce application wants to query the results of a process, it can query this API. What this API will do is launch up a Lambda, go to that S3 bucket, and retrieve the necessary data. So that's a serverless DB API backed by S3. And there's some minor cron jobs for monitoring and logging that we use Lambda for. So these are the few tasks that will be used by AWS Lambda. Now, it may not be for you, and this is in pretty absolute terms that I'll put forth today, is that there are many people who are exploring serverless solutions and then back off because they feel that serverless solutions are pretty expensive. Now, it will be expensive if you want to run a proper machine learning model prediction on Lambda, which is not going to happen because 1.5 GB for some of the heavier NLP models is not feasible. So if you have memory intensive workloads, serverless is not for you. So you don't want to go serverless if it's a memory intensive workload. If you have ultra real-time response requirements, like for example, you want sub 10 millisecond or sub 50 millisecond response time, you don't want to go serverless because even though we are getting around 100 to 200 millisecond response even with the API and the launching of the cron jobs, that may not be necessarily feasible for the other applications. And of course, if you have too many library dependencies, so we are using built-in functions of Python, hence we don't have to create a package and then upload it. So if you have too many library dependencies where you have to have 5, 10 external libraries, then you also have to package them in a packaging file and then upload it. And then again, there is a limit of 250 MB which you can upload. Okay, so there are many caveats associated with, and of course, what serverless ensures that you don't have a tighter control on monitoring. And so if you need a very granular monitoring, it's not for you. Again. So, so mentioning what were the challenges. Now, these were the two broad challenges that we faced during the entire serverless paradigm is that what do I do if something fails? And how do I monitor each and every step? So there are around maybe 30 steps in my Ansible scripts. How do I ensure that I'm monitoring each and everything? Because I need to do that. And how do I ensure that I'm logging and monitoring my ML scripts? So that is what we did. So for fault tolerance or self-healing per se, we decoupled it using Amazon SQS. You can choose your own poison in terms of messaging queues. And you can decouple these tasks. So what we are doing is the moment a task is launched, we don't delete it from the queue unless and until it is pushed back to S3 or to our database. So that way we are ensuring that the self-healing properties are ensured. And after that, we are also launching Lambdas to reinitiate those failed tasks and run through the architecture again. For monitoring and alerts, what we are ensuring that we are using CloudWatch and we are using custom logging from our Ansible scripts and our Python scripts to push back metrics to S3 buckets and CloudTrails. While this is not entirely foolproof, we are surely being able to launch and analyze our entire logs. And that's the way we are currently doing it. And as I mentioned in my last slide, if you're looking at doing very granular monitoring of a system, you are better off porting only some of the minor functions to serverless solutions, but the major parts, you're better off not doing it. So this is the impact that we have had when we are launching the servers in a serverless fashion. So to process around 1 million charts a month, and that's the volume rate that I have showcased here, which is roughly around 500 GB to a terabyte of data per month, it would have cost me around $25,000 per month to process that much data and send it back to our databases. But with this serverless solution, what we are able to do is make it roughly around a tenth. And the entire cost of this entire architecture is around $3,000 if we go to on-demand instances, and around $1,500 if we go to spot instances. The reason why there's a range is because you won't always get a spot instance. The demand may be high, which you may not be allowed your spot instance fulfillment. So you fall back on on-demand. And that translates to roughly 20 paisa INR per chart. And that chart length can be anywhere from 30 to 50 pages. So this is the cost efficiency that we're able to bring in by focusing on having a pure serverless architecture, not running servers 24/7, and ensuring that the most important tasks are ported. And the best part of it is that we have ensured that the entire architecture is HIPAA compliant. So the data is secure at both at rest and in transit. And that helps because AWS has many of the HIPAA compliant services. But that was a major win for us. So this kind of wraps up what I had to share in terms of what work we have done at Episodes. You can surely reach me out on these coordinates and let me know if you have any more questions for me. That's it. Thank you.
Questions? I see one there.
Hi, a very basic one, I'm sorry. But is your architecture entirely serverless, or you are actually using Ansible to deploy stuff on servers?
Okay, so serverless is what triggers our entire architecture. Now, since it's a pure ML kind of background and product that we are building, we can't deploy our entire solution on serverless solutions. Now, the way I look at it is serverless is I don't have to manage servers. That's my definition of serverless. Now, if I'm able to launch my architecture on-demand basis and not run servers 24/7, I think I'll save lots of headaches and monies for my company. And we are using Lambda to launch those servers, as well as some of the ETL tasks and the cron jobs that would typically run on a server.
Got it, thanks. And you also made pretty strong comment about Lambdas and or the serverless and the monitoring. So I think it's pretty straightforward to have everything on CloudWatch and have alerts on them. So what is the gap?
Okay, so when you're doing it on AWS Lambda, okay, you would have CloudWatch logs which are generated. Okay, however, not all the metrics are generated. So there are the free metrics that CloudWatch gives you. There are the custom CloudWatch metrics that you have to generate on your own. And then you have to make sure that what is it that you want to monitor. In a serverless solution, do I want to monitor my memory requirements? Of course not, because I've capped it. But I would want to monitor the time that it takes to go from one function to another and see where my optimization opportunities lie. And some of the requirements like where is my task failing. And it actually happened a couple of months back where our task was failing at one specific Ansible task and we are not able to figure it out. And that's where granular logging is very important. And that's where serverless gap will be lying.
Question?
You mentioned about HIPAA compliance, so I wanted to know if you're using Lambdas are they HIPAA compliant?
No, they don't fall under the HIPAA BA agreements, but we are not processing any data, or we are not storing any data on Lambda. Atop that, we are just even encrypting the file names while we are moving it from S3 bucket to another, because sometimes PHI data, the patient healthcare data, can also be written in the file names. So Lambda is where we are not doing any data transcriptions itself. So the ETL task that you're looking at, just to do the conversions from one place to another, to ensure that we are not being non-HIPAA compliant, we are also doing it on private subnets.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So it's running on our own subnets.
I'm sure we have many more questions for Manas, but we're running out of time. Kindly take the questions offline. Thank you. Thanks, Manas, for your presentation.
Is that okay?
Do you want
Hello? Got it.
We have Krishna Priya S from Match Street Den talking about plumbing data pipelines. Also, within the next 5 minutes, the OTR session about Spark use cases and challenges in production would start in room 1 for people who want to attend this OTR session.
A very good afternoon to all of you present here. I'm Krishna Priya from Mad Street Den, and the topic of the talk is plumbing data science pipelines. So data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are terms and jargons we hear quite often. Why is building an application which falls into either of these categories a challenge? So the real challenge is the data itself, because data has to be aggregated and made compatible for every phase throughout the application. And every phase has to be chained together, and the application has to be real-time, and it has to be scalable. So let me explain this with a couple of examples. Airbnb, which is a popular alternative to rentals and accommodations worldwide, is using something called Airflow Management System. So they had a couple of issues that they had to resolve. Their tasks were mission critical, and they had the scheduling sequencing problem, and their process was evolving. So they needed a scalable, robust architecture that would resolve all these issues, and that's what Airflow did for them. The next example is something we've all heard for, providing recommendations to the user. It might appear really simple, but when I say recommendations, we give recommendations based on the user's browsing history. So the history is not something that the user browsed yesterday. The history is also real-time. When I say real-time history, it means what the user is browsed pertaining to a session which is near real-time. So we provide recommendations based on that. So how do you build a pipeline for that application? And the next one is a popular example. Every one of us who's building an application will have to take care of logging, because only if you log, you will get to know how your application is performed, what has gone right, what has gone wrong, how has the performance been over a period of time. So for this talk, I'm going to take up a small use case of logging to explain how we resolve the problems of logging by building a pipeline end-to-end. Mostly the do's and don'ts of plumbing the pipeline. Okay, the plumbing story. So you can split it up into three major parts. The first part is the preparation phase, as I said. You need to prepare the data. First, figure out what is the problem you're going to solve, ask questions, collect and organize the data. And in the next phase, you will be applying this and writing algorithms, applying models on the data, processing the data, and you'll come up with an analysis. This analysis is in the final phase applied, and you provide recommendations, you send reports, or do some visualization. So the tech stack for the day is going to be Celery, RabbitMQ, Redis, and Elk Stack. So why Celery? Celery is a robust, scalable, and it helps you build a real-time application end-to-end. RabbitMQ is a queuing platform, and it is also a broker. So it's not just another queuing platform. What does RabbitMQ do is, it also takes care of the queuing. So for example, the subscriber has not acknowledged back for a particular message. What RabbitMQ can do is, it can send the message back again and then find out what has gone wrong. So it literally manages the queuing. So that's why it's a broker. And Elk Stack. Elk Stack is a combination of aggregate, analyze, and visualize. You have Logstash, which helps you to parse the logs, and you have Elasticsearch, where you actually analyze, put the data, and Kibana helps you in visualizing what you've put. So this is a brief of the use case I'm going to explain. So you have the logs. They are passed through the RabbitMQ. The RabbitMQ is going to send it to the Celery workers. And finally, to the Elasticsearch. So this is a little bit in detail, the ETL workflow. So we have the CloudFront and the CloudFront S3 where you have the log stored. And from there, you send it through an SQS. And you poll the messages from the SQS. And RabbitMQ is the broker that manages to send it to the Celery workers. Why is Redis coming there? I'll explain that to you in a bit. And then finally, they're pushed to Elasticsearch. The Kinesis and Redshift here are backups in case the push to Elasticsearch does not work. We're not going to be explaining that here. We'll stop with Elasticsearch. Okay, so I split the use case into three simple parts. The first part is going to be the polling to SQS. The second part is going to be processing the logs which the Celery workers will be doing. And the third part is going to be the push to Elasticsearch. So a little bit more about Celery. So what you can do in Celery is you can handle both compute optimized and memory optimized tasks. And you can assign workers to them. And what you can actually do is you can completely use all the cores. You can maximize the CPU utilization to even 100%, but keep the memory really, really low. And it is heavily parallelized, of course, it's asynchronous. Okay, so let's get to the actual methods, the poll and the push. So the polling is actually going to poll from the SQS queue. So there is something called max retries that I have mentioned here. Similarly, in the push, there's something called rate limit I've mentioned here. So I will explain that to you with use cases. So max retries. In case on the polling side, the connection to the SQS is lost, or there is some failure that has happened on the SQS side, and you have to handle the failure. What this max retries can do is it can back off for a particular amount of time and retry again. So based on the time taken for back off and how many times it retries, you will get time enough to fix the failure. And before the last retry, if that is fixed, the application is going to go on. So the next is the rate limit. So how do you find the rate limit? RabbitMQ has a beautiful UI that you can enable on the command prompt, enable RabbitMQ management, and you can see how many tasks per second, how many messages per second the RabbitMQ is actually doing. So in RabbitMQ, because we have two methods, the polling and the pushing, so we have two queues, the poll queue and the elk queue. The rate limit problem in this use case might usually occur on the elk side. For example, you're polling a lot of messages, but on the Elasticsearch, based on the cluster size, it's not able to push it at the rate of the polling. You need to rate limit it so that your messages are not lost. So that's where the rate limit comes into place. So this is more of a producer-consumer problem. You're producing at a very high rate, but the consumer is not able to consume the messages at that rate. So what you do is find out how the RabbitMQ is performing. As of now, it is performing at 73 per second. So when I talk about celery workers, you imagine there are 10 workers, and every worker is doing 73 per second, which means almost 700 tasks per second are there, and they're pushing to Elasticsearch. If Elasticsearch is not able to handle that, you rate limit it. So what I have done is, I have rate limited it to 20, which means if I have 10 workers, so you'll sum it up, you'll only have 200 tasks per second. Maybe Elasticsearch will be able to handle it. This is probably a conservative way, but it'll take some time for you to figure out the balance between the producer and consumer and come up with the proper rate limit. Redis. So we saw Redis coming there in the ETL workflow, right? So Redis is an in-memory DB where you can store some amount of information in the memory. So I'll explain a use case for this. In the SQS, for example, the messages on the SQS are becoming 0. There are no messages. So you don't want the polling to happen for an empty queue, right? So instead, what you can do is you can save the attributes of the queue in a session on Redis. And at the same time, if the messages on the SQS queue are really high, so what you can do is, when you regularly get the attributes of the queue and save it on the Redis session, these workers can go and get the session information. And based on that, what you can do is you will have a runner that is going to manage the entire thing. So the runner can be dynamically throttled. So if there are no messages on the queue, then you can put a lot of sleep time on the runner and then try polling after some time. There are a lot of messages on the SQS queue, then increase the sleep time so that you throttle the runner based on that. So that's where Redis comes into play. But how do you refresh the Redis? So that's where you have something called the celery beat worker. What the beat worker does is, in regular intervals that you mention it in the program, it will go and refresh the sessions on the Redis. So this is where you will mention how many times you want the beat worker to do this refresh. So we're talking about workers, right, and the producer-consumer problem. So once you've figured out how many poll workers and how many elk workers can this application handle, what you should do is, when you want to increase the number of workers, you'll do it in blocks, because there is a balance between the producer-consumer. So you have one block of the poll worker and elk worker handling it. So when you're adding more workers, you will add another block of workers, and not randomly add elk workers and poll workers, so that your application always is in a balance. And Celery has a really beautiful way of letting you know that a new worker has actually joined the party. So you can actually tell the workers and find out how it has been performing. So there is something called auto scale. So you can actually set a worker to auto scale if you think that a particular task, it has the ability to, you need a sudden throttling of the task, you need the workers to scale up during peak times. So that's where this auto scale comes into place. But we saw that there is something called rate limit. So when you're auto scaling, you have to keep in mind that the maximum auto scale number that you've mentioned, the rate limit, and the number of concurrent workers, everything should be a balance. So that on the consumer side, it still does not have a problem and you don't lose any data. HTOP is your best buddy. So after doing all this, what you're supposed to do is go to HTOP and see how much of CPU you've utilized and how much of memory you've utilized. So an ideal situation is where the CPU can be even 100%. We've used only 70 to 80% of the CPU, and the memory is also really low. But in case you're using the CPU completely, but your memory is really, really high, then there is something that you have to change on the code. So how do you do the memory profiling? Before I get into that, let me explain a little bit on the ELK stack. So ELK stack, as we saw, is a combination of Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. So what Logstash does is it helps you with the parsing. So you can actually mention a pattern by which it can parse and then push it to Elasticsearch. We're not using Logstash here for the talk. It's out of the scope of the talk, but it's fairly simple to set up a Logstash. And then after you push it to Elasticsearch, you visualize it on Kibana. So on a Kibana dashboard, on Kibana, you don't have to really know how Elasticsearch query is done. If you know how you want to filter your data, how you want to visualize your data, you can just apply the filters straight away. What do you want to see on the x-axis? Whether you want to see the count, how do you want to aggregate? You have a fair idea about it. You can just set a range with which you want to see the data and then visualize the data automatically. In case you're familiar with Elasticsearch querying, you can do that too. So there is a tab called Dev Tools here where you can actually execute the query and get results right away. So we're talking about memory profiling, right? So there are a couple of things you have to look at when you're doing memory profiling. First of all, you have to clean up the code. When I say clean up the code, you have to look for cyclic references if you have on your code, and you have lists versus generators. And if you have objects that are really large, occupying and accumulating a lot of memory, take a look at all of that. And we were having Redis sessions, right? So what the Celery workers will do is they will maintain the state of the sessions in memory. So you'll have to take a look at that and monitor that too. And connection objects. We have two connection objects in this use case. We have an SQS connection object, and we have an Elasticsearch connection object. It's best if you keep the connection object outside the Celery task. Because every time you create a task, you create a connection object, it's going to sit in the memory. Instead, you can keep these connection objects in connection pools, which will help you in profiling the memory. So a summary of all this is how we built a real-time scalable streaming solution. It helped us in handling customers in real-time, high demand. And the search history, as I said, search history pertaining to a session which was also near real-time. And we were able to do in-memory scaling, lower latency, everything. So to put it all in a summary, how you can do some pointers of what we learned perfect plumbing can have is find out which part of your program is compute optimized, which is memory optimized, and assign separate workers for the compute and memory optimized tasks, and then find out the producer-consumer balance, and then see and keep monitoring on HTOP to see if your memory is low and your computation, how it is happening. And finally, the RabbitMQ. It is best if you keep the RabbitMQ on a separate instance and not on the same instance where you're actually doing the Celery tasks. So that's about it. Any questions?
Questions? I see one there.
Hi, thanks for the talk. Yeah, so my question was actually kind of, I was just curious why there are sort of two queuing services. So you have SQS and RabbitMQ kind of serving, I don't know, similar purposes. Could you possibly have the workers directly polling SQS and then push it to Elasticsearch, or maybe push the logs directly into RabbitMQ? So I'm just wondering why you had two sort of queues.
Okay, so that was the similar use case that we had. The messages were usually coming from the SQS for us, so we didn't really play around with the SQS part. So the use case started off only from the SQS for us. How do we get the messages from SQS and then push it to Elasticsearch and visualize it? So we didn't really resolve we didn't think of resolving the SQS part of it. A logstash is blocking. It does not have an asynchronous call. So you needed something like Celery to make it asynchronous.
Next question. There.
Hello. Yeah, so my question is, you are using RabbitMQ and Elk Stack, right? So did you consider using anything else? Like in place of RabbitMQ, try something like Kafka and then Spark instead of Elk.
Yeah, so this is probably a medium scale application, and RabbitMQ, what it does is it helps you do the real time. As and when the message is published, you get it back on this side. Kafka is handling it probably on a much higher scale, and setting it up and everything is going to require a lot more of work. So for an application as simple as that, this tech stack helped us do it much easily.
Questions? I guess that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Krishnapriya. A reminder again for all of you to fill feedback forms. They are placed on your seat. They are different from the ones distributed in the morning. The morning feedback forms were for the talks from morning to afternoon until lunch. And these are for the talks starting from lunch until the end of the event. So please go ahead, do give us your feedback. This helps us make the conferences better. The OTR session on Spark, use cases and challenges in production is about to start in room 01. It starts at 2:30. Coming up next is Vimal Sharma from Hortonworks, who will be talking about governance using Apache Atlas, why and how.
Hello. Okay. Okay. Sound. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Vimal Sharma. I'm a software engineer at Hortonworks. So I will be talking today about Apache Atlas. So a quick show of hands. How many of you have heard about Apache Hadoop, or at least used it? Yeah, so majority. And how many of you have at least heard about Apache Atlas? Okay, that's good to know. So this is probably a good audience for me to at least introduce Apache Atlas and see how it works. So with respect to Apache Atlas, I am a member of project management committee and committed to the project. So these are some of the details about the project. The development for Apache Atlas project started in late 2014, and it was incubated to Apache in May 2015. Developers from organizations like IBM, Hortonworks, Aetna, Merck, and Target are involved in the evolution of the project. There have been 3 releases in past 1 year. 0.7 release, which was in July 2016. 0.7.1, which was in Jan this year. 0.8 release, which was in March this year. And Atlas graduated to a top-level Apache project very recently, last month. So a high-level overview about the project. So Apache Atlas is basically the governance and metadata management framework, which was initially built for Hadoop framework, but it's generic and flexible enough so that any arbitrary component can be modeled and its metadata can be captured. So we can have two types of metadata. The first kind of metadata is that of the data asset, for instance, a Hive table or a H-based column family. The second kind of metadata is that of the processes occurring within that component or across those components. So if there is a CTAS query in Hive that can be captured in Atlas, plus if there is a yarn job which picks up some data from H-base, does some processing and then dumps it into Kafka, these kind of events can also be captured. Apart from the metadata capturing and visualization, Atlas also provides the facility to classify the metadata entities using tags, which can be used in tandem with Ranger to enforce security policies. So Atlas has built-in support for many popular Hadoop components like Hive, Storm, and Scoop. And its architecture is very flexible so that any component can be modeled and captured. So let's look into the use cases for the governance problem. The first use case will that be of the extract, transform, load pipelines. So if I am the owner of a current ETL pipeline, so how do I narrow down any upstream failure? So let's say my source data set is dependent on an ETL pipeline and which fails. So there is some data quality issue or data itself is not there. So how do I debug this kind of issues? Plus, if there is any downstream ETL pipeline, downstream data set which derives from my computed data set, if there is a failure in my pipeline, how do I alert the downstream owners so that they can take proper measures to correct the data quality issues? So it seems a visual lineage and a record of such kind of dependencies would be very helpful, and Atlas does exactly that. Second use case is that of the redundant processing. So if I am the developer and I want to compute some information based on the source data set, so can I avoid the redundant processing? So if I have some mechanism to know whether that information is already available in one of the data sets, can I avoid the redundant processing? So we'll see that Atlas, we can exploit the Atlas classification feature to know whether the information which we need is already there. Third use case is that of the compliance and security from a business point of view. So if we want to restrict access to sensitive information to some set of users, how do I enforce these policies? So the standard solution would be to apply Ranger policies on these data sets, but that would be an overkill. I mean, if there are data sets across components which have sensitive information, like a Hive table can have sensitive information, an HDFS file can have sensitive information. So how do I make sure that there is a single policy which we can apply and the same kind of rules will apply across components? Fourth use case is that of the cluster admin. Very often, Hadoop cluster admins have this use case of cleaning up their cluster from dormant and unused data sets. So it seems if there is some mechanism to come up with a relevance score for a data set, low relevance data sets can be archived or deleted from the data set altogether. So using Atlas ETL, using Atlas lineage diagrams and classification features, cluster admins can come up with some relevance score based on which they can take decision to archive or keep the data set. This is the Atlas architecture. At the core of Atlas is its type system, which we will look into more detail in further slides. Apart from the type system, there is the ingestion and export engine, which is responsible for ingesting the metadata events and entities, as well as the export. Atlas models the metadata as a graph, and it uses the Titan library to do this. The metadata is actually stored in HBase, and there is a Solar-based indexing engine which is used to improve the search capability over the metadata. As I mentioned earlier, Atlas has built-in support for many components like Hive, Scoop, and Storm. And metadata events in these components are communicated to Atlas via Kafka queue. Apart from this, Atlas publishes the tag addition and deletion events to an entity to another Kafka queue, to which Apache Ranger is a subscriber. And it can use the tag addition and deletion event to enforce the policies which are defined on that particular tag. So there is a high-level REST API which can be leveraged to do all these operations, ingestion, export, as well as registration of type system and search. So cross-component lineage is one of the central features of Apache Atlas. So lineage is a visual diagram between the dependencies among the data sets. So if we have created a table, external table with some HDFS path, the lineage will look like the one shown in the diagram on Atlas UI. So individual components like Hive or HDFS can have their own metadata store. And the metadata store logs can be used to investigate what events happened within that component. But where Atlas comes into the picture is the events which are cross-component. So let's say there is one Spark job which picks up some data from HDFS, does some processing, and then dumps it into a Kafka topic. So in this case, neither the Spark logs nor the HDFS logs would be helpful in connecting this event. So Atlas can be leveraged to define the model for several components and capture all these events which are occurring across components. So Ranger is a listener on the Kafka topic to which Atlas publishes the tag addition and deletion entity, events. And if we have defined any security policies on top of those tags, those will start applying on that particular data asset. So we have attribute-based policies rather than asset-based policies. We don't need to define policies individually for individual data assets. We can define policies based on the tag, and whenever we attach that tag to the data asset in Atlas UI, the corresponding policies will start getting applied. So type system is central to Atlas. So it's the skeleton of the metadata which we want to store in Atlas. Type system is analogous to object-oriented programming in the sense that in OOP we have the notion of class. It can have attributes and super types. So similarly, a type can have attributes. It will have a unique name and a set of super types. So an instance of a class is termed as object in OOP, and an instance of a type in Atlas is called entity in Atlas terminology. So attributes can have several properties, like it can be mandatory or optional. It can be unique, which will uniquely identify it across the Atlas repository. It can be composite, meaning which the lifetime of the attribute is controlled by the parent entity. An example would be the Hive columns. So Hive columns don't have any identity outside of the Hive table in which they reside. So if we delete the Hive table, the corresponding columns should be deleted as well. Reverse reference is another property, which is mainly used for a back pointer reference to the enclosing entity. So our example of Hive table applies here as well. So columns individually will have a back reference to the enclosing Hive table. So Atlas has a bunch of base types which are predefined for you, and those are bootstrapped whenever Atlas server is restarted. We will go through some of them. So referenceable is the one which has a mandatory attribute named qualified name, which is a unique attribute which identifies this metadata entity uniquely across the Atlas store. Asset is the one which is used to identify entities which have some notion of ownership. So it will have a mandatory attribute name and optional attributes, owner and description. Dataset derives from referenceable and asset, and it is the one which is responsible for the entities which are actually stored in Atlas. So a Hive table, for instance, will be an instance of dataset. Process is another one which also inherits from referenceable and asset, and it has optional attributes named inputs and outputs. So process is the one which is responsible for tracking the lineage in Atlas store. And when we navigate to the Atlas UI, we will see all the set of inputs which are used and the output data sets which are derived. So we will be modeling the Spark data frame type in our demo. So a little bit of introduction about Spark. So in Spark, there is this concept of RDD, which are the basic unit of execution in Spark framework. And data frames are a special type of RDDs, which have some notion of relation among its data. So maybe a JSON in which there is a structure to the data, or a Hive table in which all the information is related in some sense. So let's try to model the Spark data frame type. So as outlined in the slide above, Spark data frame will inherit from will be inheriting from dataset type, and it will have additional attributes. The source, source will be a mandatory attribute which will indicate from which source the data is derived. Destination and columns will be the optional set of attributes. Data frame column is another type which will also inherit from dataset, and it will have mandatory attributes type, which will indicate the kind of data which is there, whether it's a string type or an integer type, and data frame, which is a reference to the parent data frame, and an optional comment. So as I mentioned earlier, Atlas stores the metadata entities as a graph. So this is a snapshot of the type which we have just defined and the entities. So vertex 1 indicates the Spark data frame type. Vertex 3 indicates the data frame entity, and it will have edges to its type as well as the columns which it contains. So 4 and 5. Hello. 4 and 5 are the column vertices, and they will have their attribute values, and they will have edges to the column data frame type. So let's consider this use case in which there is a salary disbursement Spark data frame Spark process. So payroll details of an employee, of all the employees, are in one HDFS path, which will contain personal details like monthly salary, bank account number, name, and more details. And there is another HDFS path which contains the variable components like bonus and stock options. So a Spark process will pick up data from these HDFS paths, do its processing, and then compute the monthly salary for all the employees, and then finally dump it into a Kafka topic from where the actual disbursement will be done. So as we can see, not visible, right? So here I have declared the Spark data frame type. Is it visible? No? Okay, so let's assume that I have put the model in place for a Spark data frame type and data frame column, and then registered those entities using this piece of code and link them together using this piece of code. So now we will go to the Atlas UI. We'll search for this process which we registered. And we can see that this lineage is created. These are the source HDFS paths. And this is the process which picks up data from HDFS paths. And this is the Spark data frame. And then this is another process which puts the data into Kafka topic. We can go down to inspect other attributes like columns and qualified name and source as well. And this is the tags tab, which shows a list of the tags which are attached to this particular entity. And along with this, there is the audit, which shows the operations which you are doing on that entity. So we can go ahead and attach any tag to this particular entity. So let's say I am defining I added this particular tag to this entity. Tag expires on, and I specified the value to 1st of September. So this information will be relayed to Apache Ranger, And if there is a policy of the kind in Apache Ranger that all the expired data sets should not be allowed access, they should not be exposed to the user and admins. So this will start applying on this particular entity as well. Then there is the tags tab, on which we can see all the information categorized by the kind of tags which are attached to that particular entity. So we can see that the expires on tag has these particular entities. And we can navigate to PII, personally identifiable information, and we can see the list of entities which are attached to that particular tag. So there is search capability in Atlas UI. So this is the basic search, which is which is based on the Solar-based index. So if we type in any keyword, all the entities which have that keyword in any of the attributes will be written in the list of results. Along with this, there is the advanced search, in which we can specify more advanced predicates. We can search by the value of the attributes which are there in that particular entity. Okay, so the roadmap for Apache Atlas. As I mentioned, there is inbuilt support for components like Hive, Storm, and Scoop. The inbuilt support for other popular components like Spark, HBase, and NiFi is in the roadmap. Along with this, there is the column level lineage. So as of now, for Hive, there is table level lineage which is available. But going forward, we will be adding the support for column level lineage as well. So if, let's say, there is a query of this kind, create table destination as select, some operations on the columns, and from the source table. So X value in X is derived from the source columns A and B. So if we navigate to the entity page for column X, we will get to see the lineage diagram of this kind, wherein A and B, and the source tables, will be on the left-hand side, along with the operation in the middle, and then we derive the value for X. Apart from this, the import and export of the metadata is in the roadmap. So all the metadata which is there in Atlas repository, if it can be exported in a well-known format, so that it can be consumed by third-party metadata tools, and vice versa. If there is some data in other third-party tools, can it be ingested into Atlas in a seamless manner? Apart from this, there is work in Open Discovery Framework, which will provide the capability for data scientists to go to an entity page and compute basic metrics in the entity, on the data which is there in the entity. So let's say there is a Hive table. I want to know the data quality score for that table, or various basic statistical metrics like mean, median, and things like this, to determine the data quality score. So these are the details of the project. Project website, dev and user mailing list, along with the list of JIRAs with the open issues. So Atlas has been gaining significant traction recently, mostly because of the critical area of the enterprise governance. And various enterprises have been actively using Apache Atlas to govern their enterprise clusters. Apart from this, Atlas has a very rich code base in Java and Scala. So I would like to take this opportunity to invite potential developers to check out the project page, to check out the code, and see if the list of open items interest you. And we would be happy to welcome you on board and start taking up issues and contribute to the project. I would close the presentation here and open for any questions from the audience.
Hey. I'm Karthik. So is column level lineage supported only for Hive, for inbuilt? I mean, in the roadmap, or it's supported for other hooks as well?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Column level lineage you are talking about, right? Is it
Yeah,
only
it's only for
Hive?
Hive. Though in roadmap, it's only for Hive.
So if it is others, then we have to extend it, or like we can.
I mean, it's so flexible that you can easily extend the model for any other component and start publishing data into Atlas.
No.
I mean, for Spark as well, you can put the model in place, and then once the model is there, you can register the entities using the REST API, which is there in Atlas.
So on one hand, people who have administrative access for the cluster, like Hadoop cluster, we use Apache Ambari, let's say, right? For configuring a component or installing a component and other things. Why was this developed as a separate component and not within Apache Ambari as a data governance kind of thing?
Can you repeat the question?
See, we have Apache Ambari for administrative tasks,
right?
Like installing HBase or adding a new region server or adding a new data node in the Hadoop cluster, right?
Yeah.
So the people who are going to have access to Apache Ambari, the admins of Hadoop, right?
Right.
Who are, they are the ones who are also going to apply data governance policies.
Right.
Structurally, fundamentally, HLD, Atlas can be different from Apache Ambari. But from a user point of view, would it not have had made sense had they been like a same project, done within the same project?
I mean, Atlas is an open source project, so you can spin up independently from Ambari and start registering metadata and I mean, connect it to Ranger to impose policies on top of all the data which is there. It doesn't depend on Ambari in any sense.
No, it's not about dependence. I'm asking, would it have made sense to develop the features that you have developed within Atlas as a part of Ambari itself?
I don't see, I mean, so Ambari is meant for Hadoop components, right? And Atlas was started as an independent effort. I mean, basically from industry point of view to govern the metadata. But it's different. I mean, it's extensible and it's flexible so that any arbitrary component, whether it be or Hadoop component or not, can be modeled using Atlas and its metadata can be captured.
For the demo that you showed, right? The demo that you showed, that Spark salary processor, right? How can we provide details about the processor, like what kind of processing it is actually doing? Is it, we need to add those as the...
Yeah, so we will have to add attributes in the model which we defined. So this is a very simple model which I used for the demo. So we can add all attributes which we want to capture. Let's say how much time did it take, or what kind of CPU power did it consume. So we can capture all those attributes and register it with Atlas.
Can that be the part of the hooks that are developed, or when the Spark hook comes, will it be part of it?
Yeah, so that depends on the developer. So if you are putting the model into place, then you can put in triggers after your Spark job. So when the job finishes, all this metadata will be captured, and then it will be reported to Atlas.
Okay, thanks. And I have another question. Okay.
Yeah. See, at present, when we manage through Ranger, we will allow even the end users to manage their policies. Is there the same way possible in Atlas? They can define the governance on their data.
Yeah, so Atlas integrates with Ranger in the sense that you can define tags in Atlas, and the information about tag addition and deletion is communicated to Ranger. And on the same tag, we can define policies in Ranger, like access policies or data expiry policies. So Atlas closely integrates with Ranger in that sense. Atlas is not the policy management framework. It is meant to capture metadata and then provide actions on top of the metadata. Yeah, so in an enterprise cluster, admin will have the power to define tags and attach tags to particular data assets. There will be proper user management. Any developer can't go and attach tags, secure tags to a particular data asset.
So if anyone is trying to use this for an enterprise application, right, what would be the key considerations for its scalability and high availability?
Atlas is highly available, and it's scalable in the sense that it uses HBase as its metadata repository. So it's highly scalable. You can put in as much data as you want. And it's because it's been tested with enterprise Hadoop clusters. So we did have some performance optimizations when these were reported, but it seems to work well in enterprise Hadoop clusters as well. Lot of data. Yeah, we will catch up.
Yeah, so let's say if I were to develop a hook for Elasticsearch. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say if I were to develop a hook for Elasticsearch for using this, would I have to fork your code base and add it, or are there just any interfaces that I can implement and that will start working for Elasticsearch? How easy or difficult is it?
Yeah, so you won't have to fiddle around with Atlas code base. You will have to have an understanding of the component which you are trying to model, what all attributes you want to model, which you want to capture. Once that understanding is in place, you can define the model. That will be a JSON. And then using the Atlas REST API, you can register that model with Atlas. And after that, you can start capturing the metadata for that component.
More questions?
From Hortonworks, there is this schema registry, right? So is there any...
Hi, could you please stand while asking the question?
Is there any intersection in the features between that and this? If yes, why is that a separate project?
Schema registry is actually quite different from Atlas. That is mostly for streaming applications, wherein we want to define beforehand what kind of messages will be produced and consumed from the topic. Atlas is more from a metadata point of view, not the actual data. What kind of events are happening within that component or across the components in the enterprise cluster. Does that answer your question?
So if I just have to store the schema of whatever message is coming in, I can do that using this one as well, right? I don't need schema registry.
No, actually, a schema registry is more of, suited to streaming applications, as I said.
You
so
mean like
you define the schema and register it in a database, and then the producers use that to. The schema registry engine makes sure that the schemas which are already registered are only produced. The data which is registered, the schema which is registered, the data follows that schema. Atlas is, more on what is happening across the component or within that component.
Okay, you mean per message in case of schema registry.
I'm sorry to cut you short, but you'll have to take the discussion offline.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vimal, for the great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Up next is OTR, which would be conducted in the Banquet Hall on the topic of securing data stored in the cloud for big data analysis. Before that, let's stretch out a little. We have Lochan with us, who will be telling us some good moves.
Woohoo! Hello, hello. Okay, most people seem to be leaving. Let's see who stays back. Looks like I'm going to be stretching by myself. 2 people are standing up. What's happening with this? Okay. I can just mostly see white anyway. But thanks for your interest. Thanks for staying back. I feel a little more encouraged. Yeah. Okay. So let's close our eyes again. Guys, are you in? Are you out? You don't feel like it? That's cool. Okay. Eyes closed. Recalibrate. focus on the breadth